From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. Welcome into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable. Gabe Ramirez in for Chris Mack today. We've got a packed show for you with plenty to discuss with the national championship coming up. We'll recap the Final Four. We've got a lot of NFL news with the draft right around the corner, NBA playoffs around the corner as well. So plenty to get into. An awesome rundown of guests. Joe Lorenzi from The Athletic is going to join us at 1:20 Eastern. Joe Pasov. We'll talk a little Masters. I know we're still at least a week out. Well, a week out from Masters Sunday, rather. But Joe Pasov will join us at 2:25 Eastern. And then Brian Butch will join us at 3 to talk a little NCAA and the national championship. But Gabe, it is good to be back with you. How we doing on this Easter Sunday?
Chilling. Enjoying myself. You know, the Easter Bunny came early to my house. Kate, I got three daughters. Found his way. We're staying in a hotel right now. House is getting renovated. Found his way into the hotel. Somehow managed to drop off a couple of baskets. And then even in the car, left a couple of eggs with some snacks in it. So Easter's off to a good start for me. The
Easter Bunny really showed up for you guys.
Yeah, it's just, I'm hopping around doing the right things in life, Kate. So I'm living good. How's your Easter going over there? We're in the thick of it right now.
Oh, we're in the thick of it. My Easter is, I'm hoping this little Easter bunny comes out and shows itself in the next couple of days here. Fair. Because we are certainly in the thick of it on baby watch. And I mean, you have 3 kids, Gabe. You know, your wife probably towards the end, she's just kind of like, all right, let's get rolling.
It's like senioritis, you know, like in high school when you're a senior and you're ready to get out of there, or college. This is what the baby is like in month 8, 9. Yeah. Just get it out.
Done. I kind of gave myself a pep talk yesterday. I'm like, you need to get out of that. Cause I've been in nesting mode where I don't know. I just don't really want to leave the house. I'm just kind of around doing things, but I was like, you got to get out, because otherwise it's just you just sit around and you're waiting and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And that gets really old after a while.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, for those of you that can watch us on our stream, you are glowing, young lady. You are glowing. You're wearing that pregnancy well. So I'm excited to be doing this show with you today for sure.
That's also what a little makeup will do for you, Gabe. Give you a little glow right there.
All
right, we got to jump into everything. We'll start the show the same way we do each and every week with our high five. And we are going to start with number 5. Hit it.
5.
See, there's a ball hit well. Deep right field. Goodbye. The legend continues.
The legend, that is Cleveland Guardians' Chase DeLauter, hits his 5th home run already this season. 9 hits, 8 RBIs, 5 homers. Tied for most in the league right now, Gabe. I mean, baseball is just underway. We're only, 1 weekend into the season, but already DeLauter having himself not too shabby of a start.
Listen, Cleveland Guardians are always going to find a way to get some guys in there, right? It's just what both the AL Central and the NL Central is built on, right? Small market teams that have to find gems. And so you get guys like this, put some aircraft carriers, as they call it, in the middle of your lineup, and, you get good things happening. But wait. There's somebody else in the AL Central that is short behind my friend right there. And, of course, I'm talking about Mune Murakami from the Chicago White Sox with 4 blasts, hit a homer. He had 3 homers in the first 3 games of the season. So, there's other people out there, rookies that are out there that are making some names for themselves. Kate?
Oh, yeah, and we're going to talk about some of those rookies a little later on in the show. But, yeah, he has been really fun to watch. I mean, for White Sox fans, bright spot already this season. Gives you a little bit of hope going into the year. All right, number 4, hit it.
4.
Inside the circle, he'll leave it. Now Norris on this right side. To the slot, Thompson scores! Tage Thompson! Power play goal, Sabres up 2-1.
That highlight back on March 31st, Tage Thompson, a power play goal in the 3rd versus the New York Islanders. Thanks to MSG Network for that sound here. The Buffalo Sabres, Gabe, snapped their 14-year postseason drought. They are headed to the playoffs, which means the Jets, the New York Jets, football Jets, now own the longest active playoff drought in professional sports.
That's
15
incredible.
years.
Shout out to the Buffalo Sabres. It's not as though the city of Buffalo needs more riches with everything they got going on with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
But I will say this. You love it, right? It's with an organization. Like, if you're a fan of a sports team, you ride that wave, right, Kate? The 15 years of agony, you ride that out. And so this moment becomes that much more sweet. It's not necessarily, a Stanley Cup trophy, but it's an opportunity for you to feel good about your organization, know you're headed in the right direction. And it's just the natural ebbs and flows of an organization, whether it be the NFL, Major League Baseball, here in hockey. And, there's a lot of teams that feel that way. And hopefully, the Jets can knock that drought off pretty soon. Who knows?
Well, our very own Max is a Sabres fan. So Max is feeling pretty good right now with his team finally snapping that drought. They started the season 11-14-4. They fired their GM, and then they've had the best record in the NFL, in the NHL since 31-7-4. So Sabres finally I guess we can call them a threat in the playoffs. I mean, if you make the playoffs, anyone's kind of a threat, especially hockey playoffs are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We know what that is, Kate. You get into the hockey playoffs. That's probably, I like baseball playoffs the best, and that's not even my favorite sport. I love football and basketball first. But when you get to hockey and you're watching it so intense, so fast, and there really is the opportunity for an 8 to be to 1, a 7 to be to 2. So it's kind of like March Madness in its own way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a massive hockey fan during the regular season. I don't watch a lot of it, but you're right. Playoff hockey is unbelievable. Playoff baseball is unbelievable. More so than I think NBA playoffs. NBA playoffs are great, but there's something different about hockey and baseball that gets me pretty excited. All right, we got to move on to our number 3 on the high five.
3.
Barkley on first down. And he lost the football late. Scooped up by Trayvon Walker. Walker still going. Trayvon Walker at the 20. Walker at the 10. 5. Touchdown. Unbelievable. No flags. No whistle. And the Jags are right back in it.
Gabe, we've had a lot of NFL news this last week and some not so good news coming out of Philadelphia, just some turmoil there. But this is great news for the Jacksonville Jaguars and Trayvon Walker. That sound was from the Jags-Eagles game in 2024. Credit CBS for that sound. Trayvon Walker just signed a 4-year, $110 million extension, includes $77 million guaranteed. He was the first overall pick in 2022, 12th highest paid edge rusher in terms of annual salary. And for a team like the Jaguars, who had a great season last year, and I think you can say are on the upswing after some just mediocre years with Trevor Lawrence, 13-4 last year. They win the AFC South. Like, that's a big deal to get him, Trayvon Walker, signed and ready to go for the upcoming season.
And it's also validation. Right, Kate, you're looking at Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, the number 2 pick in that 2022 draft. And some might have thought there could have been a bit of remorse. But when you get an opportunity to re-sign a guy, an extension, you're not giving him the 5th year. You're not franchise tagging him. You're saying, no, you've earned the right to get these dollars from us. And, you're looking at the NFL as it is right now. You're looking at teams. What are the key positions? It is quarterback. It is defensive end on the defensive side of the ball. So when you can shore up those guys and lock them in and then build around it, as of course the Jaguars are trying to do. I mean, they got some going on. They're cooking over there, Kate. So, you got to watch out. But this is a way not only to prove to your team, right, that if you perform well, you will get paid. Prove to your fan base, we are bringing in high quality guys that are trying to get us to the next level, of the NFL. And this is the way to do it. So shout out to Trayvon Walker. And, kudos to the Jacksonville Jaguars, a team that has been like the Buffalo Sabres for some years and trying to change their fortunes.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a theme going here with our high five so far. The Guardians have been good for a while, right? Like, they're not in the cellar dwellers of the MLB by any means, but the Sabres have been, the Jaguars have been near the bottom for a while, but they are on the up and up. They were a fun team to watch last year, and I think the marriage of Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen, a lot of people questioned that early on in the season. I think that worked well late in the season and is going to do so going forward as well. And then obviously with Walker signing, that defense is going to be pretty good once again. All right, number 2, let's hit it.
2.
5 to shoot. Mullins 3 left wing. It's good. Back home in Indiana, and Mullins maybe with the dagger.
Mullins, he's having himself quite the NCAA tournament. Hit the shot against Duke to win it for UConn, and then was pretty solid yesterday with a couple big threes in UConn's win. They're on to their 3rd national title game in 4 years. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that, Gabe. And that sound was Kevin Kugler on Westwood One Sports. Like, UConn just dominates. You think they might be out of something, and they just come back.
It's when you're looking at the makeup of that roster, Kate, you're looking at a team that only has, what was it, 1 holdover, right, from the last one. So
Caravan.
You got Caravan. So you got a brand new squad out there. Hurley just proving that, it's about roster construction when you're talking about the college ranks. A lot of people talking about NIL and, people moving from college to college. But if you have the recipe, right, 2 sharpshooters, right, 2 sharpshooters and Terrace Reed, a big man that is a force, not even a presence, but a force in the paint, and that can get you a bucket. So, and then everyone else kind of knows their roles and how to play, and it's exactly what you've seen from UConn. But again, you got two sharpshooters, putting up threes, hitting them consistently at an extremely high rate. You're going to go far in this tournament, especially, when you have a seasoned coach like Hurley that can get these guys prepared mentally for something like this. So shout out to them. Of course, we're a little bummed out. Illinois didn't get a chance to make it to the championship, but they made it to the Final Four. But like Hurley said, we don't hang banners for Final Four appearances, only for championships. So Illinois, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, Illinois yesterday, I mean, they just couldn't hit shots, and their defense, I thought they left UConn way too wide open. Like, the game plan that Hurley came in with was better. I mean, clearly they won the game, but better than what Brad Underwood had planned. And then UConn, you got to give him credit for capitalizing on that. Braylon Mullins, 4 of 7 from deep. You mentioned Terrace Reed. He had 17 points. Alex Caravan has been kind of quiet in the tournament, I want to say, compared to his standards. 9 points yesterday, but just having him on the floor makes a massive impact. Yeah, 9 points against Illinois, 5 against Duke, and then earlier on in the tournament, he was putting up double digits pretty easily. So we'll see what Caravan can bring in the national championship game tomorrow. We had one other semifinal game last night in the Final Four. That's our number 1 on the High Five.
1.
And that will do it. It's a Michigan masterpiece. The Wolverines advance to the national championship game with a lopsided win over Arizona. It is Michigan and UConn playing for the national title.
Michigan, UConn, national championship game. Gabe, this Michigan-Arizona matchup was said to be the de facto national title game because of how competitive it was supposed to be. Both number 1 seeds. Arizona, what they've done all year. I mean, they had identical records going into the last, maybe.
Yeah.
Slightly.
3 losses.
Yeah.
Both had 3 losses on the season.
Yeah. It was supposed to be a great match. It was over before it even started.
It seemed that way. I think what we're ultimately learning is where the Big Ten hasn't won a national championship in 20 years, and the Big Ten this year, where more often than not, any conference for that matter, is deemed to be somewhat of a fluke when they have multiple teams in the tournament. Mm-hmm. But the Big Ten is proving they were the powerhouse this year, and not just because of the amount of teams that were in the Elite Eight and the Final Four, but the actual talent that's there. This Arizona Wildcats team, whether it was Charles Barkley saying that they were the best team in the country, looking at Cope, looking at, they had like top tier talent on this squad. But Michigan, this is a team, let's not forget. I think had they won the Big Ten tournament, then maybe they wouldn't have gone. They might not have gone as far in the tournament as they've gotten so far. I think that loss to Wisconsin kind of gave them that chip on the shoulder, or excuse me, that loss got them a chip on the shoulder, and I think that really propelled them to where they're at right now. And they don't want to lose that opportunity again. And I think that's why they've been able to play so well.
I think that's a great point, and no one wants to lose in their conference tournament, right? Like the goal is always to win your conference tournament. But I do think for some of the teams that have national championship aspirations, it's almost a good thing because it does kind of refocus them a little bit. And Michigan was locked in and focused last night. They hit 12 threes to Arizona's 6, and Arizona just could not get anything going last night whatsoever. It was a blowout, 48-32 at the half. We finished 91-73 in favor of Michigan. The big story here, and we're going to talk about this game and UConn coming up in the next segment here, but Yaxel Lendeborg, his injury, how does that affect things going forward? It really didn't affect things in this game yesterday. Obviously, he had to go back to the locker room, get some work done. It's an ankle. It's also an MCL sprain. So he's definitely hindered and looked a little bit hindered in that second half. But still, I mean, the other players on Michigan certainly stepped up and where that wasn't really a factor.
Yeah, I think you look at a lot of teams in the Big Ten, they're just got deep rosters, right? They're going 7-8 deep. And, Yaxel Lendeborg, the Dominican, out here killing things. Shout out to all my Latinos out there that are playing ball at a high level, and you see them doing it. But when you go down, especially in the college ranks, right, Kate, guys are salivating, chomping at the bits to get the opportunity to go out there and give it their all. And that's what you see in college basketball. That's why some people favor that game to the professional ranks, because each and every game, each and every half, they're playing it as if it's the NBA championship, right? Because the level of intensity is that much higher. So, yeah, Yaxel Lendeborg's a senior, right? So there's freshmen, sophomores ready to get in there and take those minutes and prove to the coaching staff that next year I'm going to be the one to step up in those moments. So, again, shout out to him. Hopefully he can get back for that championship game, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I think it was Elliot Cadeau after the game in the interview. Don't quote me on that, but whoever it was said we have 9 starters on our team. Like if one of us goes down, we've got 9 starters that can certainly step in and play, and that was the case last night. All right, continuing on here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll continue to recap what we saw last night and look ahead at the national championship game tomorrow as UConn and Michigan will meet on Monday night. That's all coming your way next here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Screen gets free for a three, and he splashes it down. Back-to-back triples for Elliot Cadeau. Timeout, Arizona. Michigan with absolutely no pity for the kitty. Up 72-45 over the Wildcats in the national semifinal.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
No pity for the kitty. That is one that I have not heard, but a phenomenal call on Westwood One Sports by Kevin Kugler and PJ Carlissimo yesterday in that game. This segment here brought to you by Progressive. Commercial insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, we talked about it a little bit in our opening segment here. We have a national title matchup between Dan Hurley and Dusty May, UConn and Michigan here. And I mean, UConn has been the tournament, what do you call it? I mean, the most dominant team in the NCAA tournament over the last 4 years. Hurley is 18-1 in his last 19 tournament games. They won back-to-back titles in 23 and 24. No team has won 3 championships in 4 years since John Wooden's UCLA teams. And that was more than half a century ago. And from the Sweet 16 on, Dan Hurley is 11-0. So you talk about dominance just in terms of what UConn and Dan Hurley have been able to do in the tournament. And I mean, it's pretty unprecedented.
I think people feel one of two ways when talking about Dan Hurley, right? You're either a part of the group that loves the Tom Brady's, the Floyd Mayweathers of the world, those that talk trash and back it up. Or you're on the other side, that you think it lacks class. You feel like there's, he needs to be a bit more humble. And I'm part of the former, Kate. I love guys that, especially at the highest level, when you're talking about the Jordans, the Kobes, guys that can come out and it's one thing for me to talk about it with my boys, Kate, and say, oh, I could beat you in bags, right? But it's another thing to do it in the NCAA tournament. You just said the name John Wooden. You're talking about when those of you that follow college basketball and you think about the UCLA teams that John Wooden was coaching, there will never be anything else like it. So to be able to liken yourself to him and that team, without having guys that have been there from freshman to senior year, you're doing something that is unprecedented. So I think when you're talking about college coaches, if you don't like Dan Hurley, you need to look internally. It's like Kanye used to say, if you don't like me, you don't like yourself. So I think something along those lines is happening. What do you think about him? Do you think he's a like an a-hole, or do you love the braggadocious nature?
I'm obsessed with Dan Hurley. I absolutely I can't get enough of Dan Hurley. Like, that's the thing with college coaches, or I mean, any coach at a high level, is they're all psycho. Like, they truly are. Some are just more externally psychotic, like Dan Hurley is, in the screaming and the yelling and the, getting in people's faces and the headbutts and all of that he does. But every coach is crazy. You have to be in order to coach at a high level. I mean, these guys are sleeping 2 hours a night because they're so, and I mean, tournament games, obviously you're prepping pretty heavily for, at least I would hope you are. But like, I love the I mean, I want to call it passion from Dan Hurley, right? Like, he makes the game fun. And the fact that fans hate him, I mean, after his interview with Tracy Wolfson yesterday, he was walking off the court after UConn won, and he was being booed by I would assume all the Illinois fans that were still in the building, and maybe even some Arizona or Michigan fans, but he loved it. Like, he loves playing the villain. And I think that is, I love that part of the college basketball aspect of, there are a lot of coaches that get fired up more so than in the NBA, right? Like, those coaches are a little bit more classy. They're buttoned up, they're put together because they have to be. But in college basketball, you can be fiery like Dan Hurley, and I think it's great for the sport.
Yeah, that's what, when you're thinking about those coaches that make the transition to the NBA, that's why it's so difficult, right? Because your style of coaching, the way you talk to players, doesn't necessarily translate. There are only a handful of guys that have done it well. Billy Donovan, obviously coach at Florida and then over at OKC and the Chicago Bulls. There's a handful of them. But when you look at Dan Hurley, that would never translate to the NBA. That kind of style. Now, don't get me wrong. I know, I've talked to NBA players, and when I have had these kinds of conversations, like, do you need a pat on the back or a kick in the butt? Like, what kind of player are you? And both of the guys that I've talked to in the NBA that are like that, they all have said, as long as the coach has a record of success, then it's easier to accept both. If it's a newer coach coming in, then it's a little bit more difficult. So Dan Hurley, so maybe I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think it'll fly, but he's had success. So maybe you come to the NBA and you do, because what is the next challenge for a guy like Dan Hurley? Three, if you do win the championship, especially beating a team in Michigan Wolverines, who been sitting atop number one second half of the college season. So when you beat them with a brand new roster, I mean, geez, what is left at that point? Especially when people didn't necessarily think you're going to do it.
Well, I mean, I just think back to, what was it, 2 years ago when the Lakers were hiring a new head coach and Dan Hurley's name was being floated a ton.
Yes.
Could you imagine Hurley on the sidelines acting the exact same way he does? Because Hurley's not going to change who he is by any means. I don't think he necessarily would adapt.
Luka would love it. LeBron would hate it.
I was going to say, LeBron would lose his mind.
Oh my God.
He couldn't handle that.
He would be on the Cleveland Cavaliers right now. He would have got traded
yes, he would.
if that would have been the case. And then, but Luka, I feel like, Luka is an outspoken kind of, immature player. So Dan Hurley would be the extension of him. He'd be his mouthpiece. He'd be the guy to go yell at the referees in the event that Luka felt that way.
Yeah, Luka and Hurley would probably get into it on the sidelines, and they would be fine after the game, but the media would blow up. I mean, we would be talking about the Lakers 10 times more than we already talk about the Lakers. And let me tell you, we talk about the Lakers a lot in the national media. But I don't know what's next for Hurley. And maybe UConn doesn't win tomorrow and the challenge, starts all over for him at UConn. But what he's done in college basketball over the last several years that he's been on UConn. What's that?
The line
7.5, Gabe. 7.5 in favor of Michigan. The disrespect. Hurley is going to go into that locker room with the underdog mentality, the chip on their shoulder. He's going to get those guys fired up because 7.5 with Gabe. Axel Lindenberg, I mean, he says he's going to play. Obviously, he came back from the injury and played yesterday, but how healthy is he going to be? Yeah, that's kind of the equalizing factor in this game of what does he look like? Because if he's quote close to 100%, I think Michigan has a very good opportunity to win this game. But if he's not, that evens things out for UConn a little bit more.
Yeah, 7.5. I mean, obviously the national money is on Michigan, right? When you're thinking about who has the bigger college fan base out there, it's
Yep.
definitely that. But I don't know if it's enough to push it to 7.5. That's insane. Obviously, UConn underdogs versus Illinois in that one, and that was surprising to me. On my show, the Chicago Lead on Chicago Sports Network, we were discussing this as well with former Fighting Illini Kendall Gill. And I was like, man, you guys are favored. You don't feel a certain type of way about that? And he's like, no, I think we should be favored. And I was like, man, UConn's going to take that, a bit seriously. So
Yeah.
I think they'll do the same thing in this situation. I mean, obviously they'll feel disrespected, but listen, you saw what happened with UConn, right? You feed the beast internally. And I think Michigan kind of had the same game plan, right? Where pack the paint, get your guys in there and force them to double team so that way you can let your shooters, optimize your offense. And that's what UConn's going to do. Throw it into Terrace Reed. If you don't double team Terrace, he's going to dominate you in the paint and get buckets there. And then you're going to be forced to double team. And that's where they're going to obviously want their 3-point shooters to knock down some shots. But Michigan's going to do the same thing. What do you think this one's? Okay, I know you're a gambling woman, Kate.
Yeah.
7.5. Who are you taking in this one?
Oh
wow!
I've been thinking about
immediately. I'm shocked.
No, I don't, Gabe. Which is the problem here because
At
typically
7.5, you don't have an answer.
I'm UConn. I think you have to take UConn. I think you have to take the points with UConn.
Yes, yeah. It's gonna be difficult to imagine a world, and I get it. The line's there for a reason. So, and this is why the books make money because people like me are like, that's a ridiculous number, 7.5.
Right.
I just watched them dominate Illinois. You telling me they're going to lose by close to double digits against Michigan? They're that much better than them? I can't get into that, Kate.
But this is the thing that concerns me is Michigan has won every tournament game by double digits. They have a 21+ point margin and they've scored 90+ in every tournament game this season. So they can put points on the board if the shots aren't falling. If Mullins, it goes cold from deep. If Solo Ball, we've seen him have a couple duds in the tournament. If he's not hitting shots. And then the size of Michigan inside, like Mara, I mean, can he limit Terrace Reed at all? Like those are the questions that I have that makes me just hesitant a little bit. But looking on our screen here, for those of you watching online, it looks like over at BetMGM, the line is down to 6.5. So a little money coming in on the Huskies. So, I mean, again, you go back to Hurley's record in national championships or in Final Fours. It's pretty like he knows how to win in these moments. He's the more experienced coach in these moments. So I'm gonna have to take the points with the Huskies just based on how they perform in these big time moments and big time games, right?
I think when you're talking about college basketball, we mentioned it, right? It's overwhelming in certain situations. You go to Indianapolis, a place that houses the Final Four often. You're there. The court is elevated a bit. You've been watching it as a kid, and if you've never been there before, it can be overwhelming, especially for kids that are 18, 19, 20 years old. But again, it's the coaching staff that's been there. Dusty May's never been there, right? You got Dan Hurley that has. You can talk to them in a different way. You calm their nerves in a different way. And ultimately what you want, you heard Calipari talking about it earlier in the tournament when talking about Arkansas. He's like, if I have to coach these guys, then we're in trouble. I love that quote from him because at this point in the season, right, you've gone through your hurdles from the very beginning. You're a different team. Your rotations are different. You've established yourself. You know your roles. And so at this point, Dan Hurley just has to tell his guys, hey, silence everything around you, right? Michigan who? If we play our game, we're going to win this. And that's how I genuinely feel that way. So I think they'll come out on top. I mean, listen, I like the over-under sitting at 144.5. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. If for not anything else, for the free throws that'll be taken in this one. Because if it is a close game, those will be happening back and forth. So you might get a +7 or 8 at the end of each half. So I like the 144.5. And then call me a sucker for long odds, but I'll take UConn money line. Give me +240. Parlay it up with the over. I like throwing my money away, Kate.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
don't mind doing
We know
anything
that.
like that. Yeah. All right. That's not a problem.
I mean, I think if there is a team, and I'm have my TV on right now, and the graphic is 6-0 national title teams. That's the best all time for UConn. 1-6 in national title games for Michigan. That's the worst all time. And obviously that's not under Dusty May. He hasn't coached in a national title game for Michigan quite yet, but and these are different eras. These are different times that all this is happening. I mean, the 1-6, it goes back to the, Fab Five. So you can't really put too much stake into that. But if there's one coach or one team that thrives more in the underdog spot and is able to overcome that and win, that's got to be UConn. So I don't hate your UConn money line even. Like, there's a good chance that the Huskies come out on top in this game. And again, the Axel Lundenberg situation, we're going to be talking about that for the next 24 hours before this game tips. That's a big component in this one.
Yeah, he's definitely going to want to play. The 6'9" senior, going to want to make sure his last game of his college career is the national championship game. I think they certainly want that. But you go back and look at that game, Kate, between UConn and Illinois. And, UConn jumps out early. Illinois makes their run. And you think, oh, the tides have turned. Look at this. The momentum's shifted. UConn didn't back down. They didn't let that moment get the best of them. And I think there's situations like that where more often than not, especially young teams, they might crumble in a situation like that. Their confidence wavers. And then most teams, good teams, take advantage of that. But when you're UConn, you can continue to fire, continue to find buckets. I think that's what they're going to find themselves doing. I don't know, maybe I'm convincing myself into thinking that they're going to win this game. But again, after the impressive performance they had against Illinois, it's just 6.5 seems long, but getting the victory, I think it might be.
Well, Gabe, go back 2 games ago. They were down 19 to Duke.
Yeah.
What team is down 19 near the half and thinks that they're still in it in a Elite 8 matchup against the number 1 overall seed?
That's
exactly. Like, going back to the top of the conversation is Dan Hurley's got a little psycho in him. You need some psycho to believe that you can come back against a team like Duke. You're down 19. You've got 15 minutes to play, and you pull off the improbable. So those are the reasons that I think the Huskies could win this game. I think matchup wise and overall talent, size, all of that, Michigan has the advantage there, but that doesn't always matter, especially in this type of tournament. And when it's a one and done game, like, sure, maybe in the NBA playoffs where you have a 7-game series, Michigan might win this one a little bit more convincingly. But I think this game is going to be closer than that line suggests at 6.5.
Yeah, I think it'll be. Let's get the money down on it, Kate. Let's get the money down now.
Let's do it. We also have a national title game today. The women's national championship is being played this afternoon. UCLA and Don Staley's South Carolina. But we had a little bit of a scuffle in UConn and South Carolina. Gino and Don going at it. We'll discuss that quickly next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
For 41 years, I've been coaching, and I've been, 25 Final Fours. And the protocol is, before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court and they shake hands. Correct? You ever see it? They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes. So it is what it is.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is Gino Auriemma upset that Don Staley didn't meet him at half court, or that Don Staley beat him in a Final Four to go to the national championship and has South Carolina positioned as one of the top teams in women's college basketball right now? We're going to answer that question here in just a second, but head over to BetMGM. You know what March means for college hoops. Lock in for every game rather, and make your March moment when you bet with boosted odds. All you have to do, activate your odds boost token for any March matchup bet, and you're going to receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. This is how it works here. Your March odds boost token's already been dropped into your account, so you don't even have to opt in. It's easy. You add your March matchups bet to the specified maximum stake amount, and then activate the token. And if you win your bet with the token activated, you'll score extra winnings. So an opportunity to boost some winning plays over at BetMGM. And right now, talking about this South Carolina UCLA national title matchup. South Carolina, a 4.5-point favorite. But Gabe, going back to that sound we heard to open the segment of Gino Auriemma talking about Don Staley not meeting him at half court, and that's kind of what spewed that dispute between the two coaches when they were shaking hands at the end of the game. It seems like a petty thing to be upset over, but I know there's a standard of respect in all sports. That still, this feels like it was Gino was pissed that his team played as poorly as they did because of the defense that South Carolina put on them. Like I thought it was a bad look for Gino.
He had a lot of quotables after that game. Obviously, one of them being, I've never seen a jersey ripped, from a player in all my years, coaching. And listen, it's an unfortunate event, right? You see two coaches, two Hall of Fame coaches, two legends, two people that are synonymous with women's college basketball, and you would have loved that moment to be a bit nicer. But you also love it a little bit too, right?
Yeah.
Two people that are at the top of their game, and when you lose, and Gino, let's not forget. I mean, geez, I think back to being a kid and remembering like Rebecca Lobo, right? Like when you first started hearing about UConn basketball from the women's side, and being around for that long, sometimes you got to pass the torch. And that's what's been happening over the last decade or so, right, Kate, where you've seen other coaches, step into the spotlight, take their teams deep into the tournament, do it consistently, maybe grab some recruits from where UConn was automatic. You were the best player in the country, you went to UConn. Now there's so many other teams that are out there. So, you hate that moment. Now, let's be honest, Kate. If I play you, right, like if we see each other and I play you, you might not say anything at the end. You might just let it go. Now, if I play you and then I beat you in something, and then at the end, you're like, man, whatever, you didn't even, then you'd be salty about it is what I'm trying to say. So he probably didn't care about it. And I want to validate Gino's thoughts. If that's part of the protocol and you were there for 3 minutes and no one showed up, then yes, that's wrong. But there's also a time and place for things, Kate. I don't think at the end of the game after you lose by 20 is the time and place to try to make a point like, hey, and by the way, you didn't meet me in the middle of the court before the game started. Like that's not necessarily the way to let that frustration out.
Yeah, you're completely right. And I mean, even going back to our conversation about Dan Hurley, like coaches are psycho, right? And so who doesn't want a argument, a little bit of a scuffle between two of the top coaches of women's basketball after the game? Like for entertainment purposes, it was great. We actually have sound of the interaction. So I want to play that real quick.
The officials will hold the players now. Dawn and Gino getting into it a little bit on the sideline as Gino has to be held back. And Dawn and Gino, that's part of what makes this rivalry such a compelling one as they exchanged words at center court.
Yeah, I mean, it's entertainment for those watching. More so, I mean, the game was entertaining as well, but I think part of this is the fact that you're right. UConn was always the number one. Any big recruit would go to UConn, and now South Carolina is evening the playing field, and UConn absolutely destroyed South Carolina. Was it last year, 2 years ago in the tournament when they met? But now South Carolina's been to 7 Final Fours, 11 season. They've won 3 championships. They're on their way to potentially another one. During that same span, Connecticut, they've made 10 Final Four appearances, won 3 in that span. So like all of a sudden you have someone that's caught up to UConn, and Gino doesn't like it. So yeah, he can be salty, but to your point of a time and place, like it was just, it felt so childish to at that moment be like, all right, well, we're shaking hands because we have to at the end of the game, and there's a respect factor there, but also you didn't shake my hand at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Maybe wait. I mean, even address it in the press conference after. Like that would be an okay time to do it, I think.
Anything else other than right there when you're shaking hands with another individual. And, you know, UConn, 1 loss on the season. You know, when you're a team like that and you feel like you're a team of destiny, you're supposed to win the whole thing. And then obviously when you're humbled in a situation like that, and then not only humble, but totally different game plans, right? The style of play was a bit different for both teams. When you're looking at UConn, 6 for 21 from the 3-point line. South Carolina only took 6 3-pointers, right? And this is a team that won, again, 62-48. You're looking at a 14-point swing. And so how do you win it? It's the free throw lines. Look, getting the point in the paint, being physical, imposing your will on other teams down there. South Carolina shot 22 free throws. UConn only shot 6. So there's the argument. That's what Gino was making about the referees. Never seen a game called like that. But you see the discrepancies. But, again, it boils down to gameplay. And, you know, it's just, again, going back to the interaction itself, it is unfortunate for the players, right? And Gino talked about it in the post game. He says, you know, I'm just sad that this is what we're talking about and not talking about the game.
But he's the one that created it.
And that's why he's sad about it. But, you know, you're a grumpy old man. You know, you turn into a grumpy old man. Listen, I'm getting older, kid. I'm a little more grumpy too, and I'm not nearly as old as Gino is. So I can only imagine, right, where your patience runs thin in certain situations. Yeah. But he's better than that. He knows it. He apologized. It just sucks that something like that had to happen, you know?
And I'm sure he's called Don Staley, and they've talked about it, and it's water under the bridge right now. But I also think part of it is that South Carolina forced UConn to play terrible. They held them to 48 points. That's their season low this year. I mean, you have Sarah Strong, who's one of the top players in college basketball. She finished with 12 points, 4 of 16. AZ Fudd held to 8 points, 3 of 15. And in the second half, UConn looked nervous. They looked scared. They had never been in these moments before because they were 38-0 coming into this game. They dominated. Their only win by single digits was against Michigan earlier this year. So all of a sudden you saw these players kind of start questioning themselves in the second half in terms of the shots that they were taking. And they were in uncharted territory. And credit South Carolina for the defense that they brought and the game plan that Don Staley had. And I think you just got to tip your hat to South Carolina if you're a UConn fan.
And I just want to give a shout out real quick to Texas, right? And not a lot of people are talking about them. And this is a team that they lost to UCLA in the semifinals, but they beat UConn earlier in the season. Yeah. Or excuse me, yeah, they beat South Carolina twice this year. So this is a team that most people thought was going to be having a fourth matchup with South Carolina. Unfortunately, couldn't take down UCLA, who they beat earlier in the season. So this UCLA South Carolina match is going to be one to watch. And oddly enough, usually the game's on the day after the men's national championship. You notice that? Today it's the day before. So switching things up this year. Got me on primetime. Can't wait to watch today.
UCLA, Lauren Betts, she's been dominant all season. She's going to be fun to watch and a big matchup problem for South Carolina this afternoon. But yeah, that game coming your way a little bit later today. Tip-off is at 2:30 Central. So we'll still be on the air for a little bit of that game, Gabe. Sticking with the hardwood, but we're turning things over to the NBA and the terrible play that we've seen in the association lately. Stick with us here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports, talking all things national title games for both men and women. Women play this afternoon, the men tomorrow. A little wrinkle for UConn here. An update from Pete Thamel. Significant update on UConn solo ball. Dan Hurley says he has some kind of a foot sprain. He's not going to practice today. He's in a boot. It'll be something to monitor for tomorrow night. So we've kind of already discussed this game over the last couple half hours, so we will continue to talk about it as the show goes on. But that's a little wrinkle, feather in the cap, wrinkle in the what's the phrase I'm looking for here, Gabe?
I think they're all work right here for that kind of an injury and that kind of a big of a deal for UConn. I think it's it all goes around.
Go with it.
Ring around the rosy. Does that one work for this one? No. Okay.
That one works too. I mean, we can say whatever we want to an extent here, but yeah, we'll kind of keep an eye on this and see if anything develops throughout the remainder of the show. Today's segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Talked a lot about the college game, Gabe. The NBA, the professional game, not in a great place right now in terms of what we've seen. I mean, really this season with a lot of the tanking issues, but even in the last 72 hours, the worst 2-day stretch in NBA history. Tim Reynolds, the NBA writer for the Associated Press, tweeted this out the other day. There have been 2 days in NBA history spanning 80 years, that's a lot, where at least 9 games were played with an average margin of victory being at least 24 points. Only 2 days in 80 years. One was on Friday. The other was on Sunday. That was do I have that right? No, that was Friday and Saturday. I'm sorry. We are in Sunday right now. So over the last, 48 hours, worst two
That's
games
insane.
in terms of margin of victory. We're up to another stat here, up to 88 30-point games and counting now to set a new single season record. So we're just watching blowouts again and again and again and again. The tanking thing is an issue here, but it's also just the league is so top heavy right now. There's only so many teams that actually want to win ball games at this point.
Yeah, Ben Pope from the Chicago Sun-Times wrote a really great article about just how there's two different NBAs. There's the NBA A and the NBA B, and there are 9 teams right now that are in that B league where over the course, I believe it's of the last month, the Bulls have won the most games, and it's 3 out of those 9 teams. All the rest of them have won either 1 or 2 games. And
which isn't saying a whole lot for the Chicago Bulls to be winning games.
I mean, exactly. I mean, especially with the direction that they're going in, right, and who they have there. But when you're looking at the NBA as a whole, it is unfortunate in teams, when you're looking at competitive balance and how you get back to a certain place or ranking in the NBA, you need a superstar, right? The NBA is superstar dominant. So you see the LeBrons, you see the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders, and obviously OKC is a little bit different because they've constructed their roster differently with a bunch of draft picks and younger talent that comes in. But majority of the teams in the NBA, those that are trying to win, you're looking at the Celtics, right? Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. Teams that are at the top, especially now in the NBA where they've had a different champion now for I think it's like 4 or 5 seasons. So It's wide open. It's not like the 90s or the early 2000s where it was the Lakers, the Bulls, teams that dominated for years on end. Now it's a little bit more open. So in order to, you have to get a superstar. And when this particular draft, when there's 5, 6 guys that could change the fortune of your franchise, not necessarily put you into the upper echelon of the NBA, but get you closer, right? By adding a star to your team, making it that much easier for you to add one more to get to that level. It is just unfortunate. And then, one last thing, Kate, about the NBA and where they're at right now. You're looking at the expansion that's going to happen, right? Vegas, Seattle, putting on 2 teams. Some people would argue that there's not enough talent in the NBA to fill 2 more teams, especially with the discrepancy that we're talking about with 30-point games. But there is a talent issue in the NBA, right? I mean, guys are good, but in terms of having top-tier guys that could potentially be the face of the league, that's something that they're lacking. in the present. So it's going to be interesting to see how they divvy that up. And you've seen it last year with OKC and Indiana, Kate, where you have teams that you have a star, but you're going 1 through 10. You just got to have a lot of good guys on your squad. And so over the next 5 years, what is the NBA going to look like? Is it going to be a mushy middle where everyone is the same, right? Because they fix the tanking issues and try to figure out who can have a better number one pick? Or is it going to be more of the same where you just find who the best players in the league are, and those are the guys that dominate the league for the next 10 years?
Well, it does feel like, especially in the playoffs more so, depth has become more important. You mentioned the Pacers and that type of team and roster construction. Same with OKC. Like, it also is, I feel like we're in the age or the period right now where we're in transition of LeBron is phasing. If LeBron's kind of been phasing out, but like those faces of the league, some older players are kind of phasing out in a sense in terms of being the faces of the league. And we have this new wave welcoming in with Wemby, Anthony Edwards, but no one really wants to like take the torch and run with it. And so well, exactly. So, I mean, there are some players that, San Antonio has a good opportunity to do so. Ant has taken the Timberwolves to the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years. Yes, you do need to win. SGA, he's probably, I think you could say the one player that is a face of their franchise, but could be a face of the NBA and has actually won. So you need those types of things to start happening a little bit more. But also, question for you on this whole tanking issue in this season. This rookie class is among the best we've seen in a long time in terms of the depth of talent. And you mentioned that maybe there's 6-7 players that could really alter the state of a franchise here. So is this an anomaly that we're just seeing this year? I know tanking has been an issue, but it's never been this bad. The Tim Reynolds stat that he tweeted out about 80 years and the worst two days in NBA history we've had in the last week. Is that because of this draft alone? Or is that an issue that, say next year's draft isn't quite as poor or quite as good, and you have maybe 1 or 2 players at the top, and then it's kind of just a hodgepodge? Are we going to see this bad of basketball?
It's a very interesting question because, 2 things can be true. You can have teams that are that bad because players that are coming into the league are going to be that good, but you can also have teams that are dysfunctional. And I think that's what you're seeing in the NBA right now. The 9 teams that I'm talking about, it's not because all 9 of them want the number one pick. All 9 of them didn't feel that way at the beginning of the season. That's real tanking. Right. What happens is you have failed projects that happen throughout the season. You can even take the Chicago Bulls for an example, right? The assumption was that they would be a team that could compete with the re-signing of Giddey, Modest getting better, but then they had to trade away some guys like Ayo and Kobe because it didn't necessarily work out. Vooch. You look at Sacramento Kings. They bring in Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan. Doesn't necessarily, go right for them. The Golden State Warriors at the 10th spot, would love to fall into a predicament where they could be in the draft because of failed experiments. The Memphis Grizzlies, John Morant, after moving on from Devin Bain, things didn't necessarily, and they moved on from Jaren Jackson, things didn't go necessarily the way they. New Orleans trading their number one pick to go get a young guy that they thought could change their franchise, right? So I think there's failed experiments there, right? But they're teams that are putting themselves in a position to be better in the future, specifically, right? Because there's those teams too. There are the bad teams that need a first pick in the draft. There are those failed experiments, and then there's those that are smart. When you're looking at the Washington Wizards, right? They have Trae Young, Anthony Davis, and if they can add an AJ DeBonta, imagine that, right? Where they have guys that are sitting and they're just trying to do the OKC thing to get a Chet Holmgren, right? Somebody that can propel them to the next levels. So I think this is an anomaly in the sense that there are multiple teams in different situations that find themselves in this draft lottery. And I don't know if that'll be consistent enough moving forward where most teams will feel that way.
That's a really, really good point because you're right. At the beginning of the season, a lot of these teams thought that they could compete and maybe not win a championship, but at least make the playoffs and be competitive and maybe win a first round matchup. I have not heard anyone use the term smart and Washington Wizards in the same sentence in quite some time, Gabe. But of all those teams that are tanking, you're right. They are probably the smartest in the way they're handling everything. They kind of are using the blueprint from OKC in terms of gathering assets and gathering, some good players, but also a bunch of, picks coming up. This brings up the Milwaukee Bucks and what's going on with them, because you have Giannis Antetokounmpo and you're thinking championship or bust. Like, that is your goal each and every year. And you traded away Dame Lillard. You stretched all his money and everything because you thought you could still bring in some players and be competitive. And this is just an absolute disaster that's happening in Milwaukee right now, with the Bucks saying that Giannis isn't healthy enough to play, so they're shutting him down for the season. And then Giannis comes out and is like, no, I'm healthy and I really want to be playing. They're not allowing me to. So the marriage between the Bucks and Giannis feels like the divorce papers should have been filed earlier on in this season. And those two need to separate. And who knows what's going to happen this offseason, but it's not good in Milwaukee.
Kate, you and I have been in bad relationships in our life. We know sometimes the writing's on the wall long before the divorce papers get signed. We know that. But you're right. It's a great point. Bringing in the Milwaukee Bucks, right? They try to make Giannis happy by bringing in Miles Turner. That doesn't happen, right? Kyle Kuzma's there. These are guys. But imagine Giannis with Darren Peterson from the Kansas Jayhawks. Imagine Giannis with Darius Acuff from Arkansas. Like, imagine him with a point guard of that stature. Like, that's how you change a franchise's fortune. And, we're bringing out these teams. I mean, Cooper Flagg, Kyrie Irving in Dallas. Imagine if they got Caleb Wilson from North Carolina, if they got a big in their rotation. You look at Utah, the talent that they brought onto their team at the tail end of the season. So there are squads out there that, feels, even Indiana, right? Yeah. Halliburton's coming back. It's not like he died. He's coming back.
The Pacers were bad this year because of Halliburton's injury and him not being on the floor, right? Like, that altered their roster.
Well, they got rid of Miles Turner and Benedict Mathurin, but the team is still, like, the pieces, like Tyrese Halliburton coming back is, oh my God, you're going to be getting the best pickup ever, right? And so to pair that with any of the guys we just mentioned that are coming out in the draft, that's what teams are hoping for. Now, if you look at a team like the Bulls, right? I mean, geez, I don't know if anybody's going to help that roster, right? That's the difference between a team like that and the ones that we've been talking about. But look at the play-in situation, Kate. Orlando and Miami. If Orlando loses the play-in and gets into the lottery, and then you pair an A.J. DeBonsa with the Paolo Banchero, like that's what you're really talking about in the NBA of how to get yourself. Like, you have to have a star first. They had the number one pick in the draft, and then you got to luck yourself into that second situation. So, I mean, again, I don't know how many teams are going to have a Paolo Banchero and be happy with losing a play-in situation. So that's what I mean. Like, I don't think that'll happen in the future. But it's a unique moment, a unique time for the NBA and where they sit right now. It's hard to watch. And you know me. You know I'm an NBA fan.
I know.
I love basketball. And it is so hard to watch right now. But, we talk about it anyway, so I have to watch this thing. But it's been a tough watch for sure. For sure, it's been a tough watch.
It's one of those things where, like, you kind of just can't look away. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from. A lot of these games, especially both of us being in Chicago, and like my husband's going to the Bulls game today. Why do you want to go to the Bulls game? They're going to get smoked by the Suns. Like, it's not actually the Bulls are probably going to somehow pull off a win against Phoenix and like just do random Bulls stuff. But I mean, like, why do you want to watch these teams? Because we love sports and we love the NBA, but it's been really bad.
It's funny because, again, as our producer Grant Leader pointed out, shameless plug, when I'm on the Chicago Lead, we play the Bulls on our station. We have the Blackhawks, we have the White Sox.
You have to talk about them.
So when we come to our prep meetings and they're like, so they know I'm the fan. So, Gabe, what do you want to talk about with these Bulls? I'm like, I don't know what I want to talk about. And so we end up talking about, Mac McClung and being an MVP of the G League and, what's going on.
That's the state of the Bulls right now is when you're talking Mac McClung.
That's what I have to do.
It's not good.
I have to tell you why isn't he getting playing time over Rob Dillingham and guys like Anthony Simons? It's tough. It's a tough sell. But you know what? you have to do, I think, and this is like we were talking about the Buffalo Sabres earlier in the show, right?
Yeah.
There are ebbs and flows to an organization. Sometimes you will be at the top, sometimes you will be at the bottom, and it's how you navigate out of those waters. And sometimes you can do it gracefully, and sometimes you are lucky, and sometimes you can fail at it miserably, right? And I think that's why the job of general managers and presidents are much more difficult than we can ever imagine, right? Because the fate of a franchise is left in your hands, and there is a fan base like Max, like us, like Grant, that have been following our teams for decades, and we just want them to be perennially good and competitive. And when you run into moments like this, where unfortunately in the NBA right now there are 9+ teams that are dealing with this doldrum of failure, and hopefully the NBA as a whole can fix the product that they have. And that ideally is what I think most teams, want, especially for the NBA. We just want a good product out there,
Right. And for the most part, the teams that have been competitive this, like, I don't know if you watched any of the Spurs Nuggets game yesterday before the Final Four tipped. I mean, that was a phenomenal game between Wemby and Jokic. Went into overtime. Those two were going back and forth. Like, that felt like a playoff game. So in terms of the top teams, the competitive teams, like, we have gotten some really good matchups. The East is going to be interesting. Detroit just secured the #1 seed in the East, I believe yesterday with their win. Boston having Tatum come back. I mean, that's a another wrinkle, whatever the phrase is, Gabe. I got to look that up in the break here. It's driving me nuts. But
wrinkle in time.
A wrinkle in the fold, something like that. Yeah, I don't know where I'm getting that. I'm probably just totally making that up. But like,
jeans.
There you go. There you go. The top, yeah, I've never heard that one before, but we'll go with it. The top of the NBA still has been competitive, and like a good reminder yesterday in that Nuggets Spurs game that like the playoffs at least will be good.
Playoffs are great. I'll be locked into the playoffs. That's for sure, right? Because you want to see the best players in the world playing against each other. I think what you ultimately want is that to be the case night in and night out in the NBA, right? Where there's more balance, where more teams are able to compete with one another. But, roster construction, the Spurs were lucky enough to have Stephon Castle, lucky enough to get Wembanyama, traded intelligently for De'Aaron Fox. So they have guys on it. Like, it's just, you have to have that. Again, you need to be able to get a Wemby, right? And the guy that's $7 million and can score 40 points on you like he did to the Bulls, last week. It's like, you got to have that. He's got $4 million, $7 million. He's super, super, super tall. It's like crazy. But you got to have that stuff. And that's what you want. Every team wants a star. And hopefully the Bulls can wind up with one this draft cycle.
Hopefully the talent in this NBA draft pans out as we all think it's going to be in the NBA, because that would add quite a few more potential stars or budding stars over the next couple of years, which would maybe, obviously the goal is to even the playing field in the league and not have the type of season we've had with so many blowouts and tanking and all of that stuff that we've seen. We will talk a little bit more NBA later on in the show. Joel Lorenzi is going to join us at 12:20 Central. He covers the Bulls for The Athletic and the league as a whole. So we'll talk to him a little bit more coming up later on in the show. We're going to turn our attention to the gridiron. What's going on in the NFL this week? We'll tell you next here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
the ball in his hands. He fumbles. Chargers ball.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
That's a highlight or a play call that Jalen Hurts probably never wants to hear again from ESPN. 4 interceptions in that game against the Chargers back on December 8th. Just a brutal game for Jalen Hurts all around as the Chargers beat the Eagles 22-19. Before we dive into the NFL and what's going on in Philadelphia, remember that the Cavender twins, they're facing off in the Court of Legends games in Vegas, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. How to get in on this offer? Only 3 easy steps. You opt in to the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, that you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank in the Bellagio in Las Vegas. And if the twin you selected wins the game, you win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Not too shabby. $2 million in bonus bets. That is the Cavender Twin to Win promo over at BetMGM. Gabe, the talk in the NFL this week has been the Jeremy Fowler article that came out about the Eagles and what to do with Jalen Hurts, or what they have with Jalen Hurts, I should say, because I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. But just that he's not it almost felt like a hit piece on Jalen Hurts a little bit of the problems for the Eagles are being blamed on Hurts more so than anyone else within the organization, whether that be Nick Sirianni, their head coach, any other offensive coordinators, other position players, but it's all kind of fallen on Hurts right now. And some of it's valid and some of it maybe not so much.
It's unfortunate because when you're looking at the Eagles, this is a team that is so talented, right? When you're talking about all the skill position players that they have, the defensive line. I mean, this is a team that, and then you're playing in a city where the expectations are high as well. So this is, so you get a sneak peek into what a success. We've been talking a lot about losing organizations over the last hour and a half on this show. And now we get to talk about what winning looks like and what the pressure of winning looks like and where the bar is at for said teams. And when you are a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, where the expectations are high, everyone wants to know why you're not winning a Super Bowl every season. Because there has to be a reason. It can't just be that you're a good team and there's better teams in the league. There has to be a reason, and the reason in this moment is because Jalen Hurts is sabotaging the squad. Now, we've heard Nick Sirianni being incompetent in certain moments throughout his tenure with the Philadelphia Eagles. You've heard the offensive coordinators. Vic Fangio had to come in and save somebody. Like, we've heard of this where they have to place the blame on someone. Now, you see Jalen Hurts. My man is super handsome, jacked up, chains everywhere. Like, he's done it. He's done it. And it's hard, right? And this is what separates guys like Tom Brady and the rest of, of quarterbacks in the leagues, is that it is hard to get motivated year in and year out to be the best, even after you've won. You see guys like Patrick Mahomes chasing greatness in that way. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is built like that. That's all. It's not that he's not great. It's not that he doesn't want to win a Super Bowl. And you can't sit there and say that that's not his priority, but I think the way he approaches it, I think people are trying to find ways to minimize his star and minimize what he brings to that team. I think that's what's happening right now.
Okay, go back to 2022. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Eagles didn't win, but in that Super Bowl, he was pretty good. He was the Super Bowl MVP 2 seasons ago now, in 2024. Like, we know he has the talent, right? We've seen it on display. There are also so many other factors that go into an offense being successful. And the Eagles have had just a revolving door at offensive coordinator the last several years as well. Like, they don't have anyone consistent in there. That needs to be taken into account. You have a great run game with Saquon Barkley, but coming off of a 2024 season where he's putting up record numbers, of course, that's going to be scaled back a little bit in 2025 last year, just because of the workload. Like, historically, when running backs have had dominant seasons, the next season there's a drop in production because they had to produce so much the year before to hit those numbers. And so there are other factors into this that, I mean, the AJ Brown stuff too, of him not being happy. And maybe that does kind of all fall back on the quarterback. And that's the role that you kind of ask for as being the quarterback of the team and the leader of the team. But it feels like everything's very nitpicky in terms of Jalen Hurts when he's had successful seasons before. And to your point, Gabe, you're not going to win every single year. I mean, the Chiefs going back to back Super Bowls, like that doesn't happen all that often. So I feel like we need to pump the brakes on Philly. It also feels like Philly just kind of loves this type of stuff. Like, what other NFL team do we talk about in terms of like turmoil in the organization or on the field or a week-to-week thing than the Philadelphia Eagles?
It's so funny, right? Because the Eagles have to be good for their city, and then as a result, the national media hates them because of their city, right? Because of the fan base and who they are. So it's kind of a weird conundrum where, you know, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now that right there is the idiom. That's the right one, right?
That's what we've been looking for.
That's the one that we're looking for. But I think when you're looking at the Eagles, you're right. I mean, you know, this is when you have a bag. Well, see, now I'm losing one. You have a bag full of riches. Something like that. But the fact of the matter is, when you have A.J. Brown, when you got a Devonta Smith, when you have a Saquon Barkley, you know, Caleb Williams dealt with it last year. A lot of quarterbacks deal. When you have too many pieces on the offense, guys are going to want the ball. Jalen Hurts is like, you know, what the article says. He didn't want to work under center. He called the 4 verts. He doesn't want to get crushed. I mean, you know, it's a difficult position to be in. But again, I mean, you know, Jalen Hurts, even after that game, you know, we played the clip coming out of the break. Our producer Grant Lita did 4 interceptions in that game. But then what did he follow up with? 3 touchdowns, no interceptions in the victory against the Raiders. I mean, you know, and after, he didn't throw an interception for the rest of the regular season in 4 games after that. So you're looking at a Jalen Hurts, you know, who's still a top tier quarterback in the league. And, you know, if he's under center for your team, he's going to give you an opportunity to win with both his legs and his arm. So I don't think people should complain much about a Jalen Hurts, especially, you know, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. You know, you don't want that. You don't want A.J. Brown to go anywhere. You want your team to be functioning and not, I don't know, in disarray where it's more often seems like this team is. But they're a byproduct of themselves, Kate. You know, they are a byproduct of themselves. Their personalities, the makeup of the team, their coach, you know, all those things factor together to give you the gumbo that is the Philadelphia Eagles, a little bit of everything. You know what I mean?
And I mean, a lot of this information had to have come out from someone within the organization, right? Like there had to have been a little bit of a leak, and maybe part of that is just lighting a fire under Jalen Hurts. And like he sees an article like this and just a refocusing of some sort. Like maybe that's part of it as well. And it's not necessarily that they don't think Jalen Hurts is competent or able to play in different styles, but they want him to start working on that. So I guess that's the positive spin on an article like this. If there is any of, okay, maybe it's just a kind of a shot at a player to get them. It's the coach that is hard on you because they believe in you type of thing.
Where do you think Jalen Hurts ranks? Give me, and I'll let you go into quadrants, right? Is it the top 8, the top 16, the top 24, or the top 32? Like, where do you think he's at?
I think top 16. He's in the second quadrant for me. I think there are quite a few quarterbacks that are better than him, but I don't think he's as poor as a lot of people see him. They see him as the problem in this Philadelphia offense and the only problem. And I think that there are larger problems within the organization that these things stem from to begin with. Kind of a trickle-down effect.
Yeah, I always throw it in quadrants because it's easy to say a top 10 quarterback. But when you say 8, you know, you have to actually crunch the numbers to exactly because the top 5 you can, in any particular order, you can just throw them out there, right? And then 5 to 10 is where it gets murky. But like 5, 6, 7, you can always be like, yeah, these guys belong. I'm not sure if they're top 5, but they're there. But then 8, 9, and 10, you're like, who should those guys be? You know, because then it starts to get a little bit murkier in those waters. Jalen Hurts to me is a top 8 quarterback. To me personally, like I think about who he is. When you're a Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, you know risen through the ranks, taking people's jobs, played in the best college. Like you've done all that and proven it in the NFL. you're a top 8 quarterback to me because you can get the job done. And you won a Super Bowl. You immediately go to top 8 for me. And he's a threat in so many different levels, right? Accurate, can get the ball out quickly, makes good decisions. Uses legs. I think, I don't know. When quarterbacks are divas and want it all, that's usually, I don't know, a recipe for success for most quarterbacks. And for some odd reason, that's not the case when it comes to Jalen Hurts, where he's operating under those same guidelines, but yet not given the same grace in those situations. And maybe it's because he's not as personable, right? Maybe he's not as likable. Yeah. He's not out here doing nice guy things. I don't know. You tell me what it is, Kate.
I don't know what it is, Gabe. I think that's part of it, is that he's quieter. He's more reserved. He's not going to give you a witty quote in a post-game press conference. But I mean, some of the things that are in this article is he diverts from the game plan, changes play calls to an excessive degree. Okay. But don't you want a quarterback that is able to get to the line and make those changes? Like if I think Matthew Stafford, probably you could say he diverts from the game plan at times. He changes plays calls to an excessive degree. Like it's a somewhat of a double standard, it feels like. And going back to the ranking of the quarterbacks, Gabe, wasn't there an article last year? Am I thinking that Jalen Hurts was like really low on, I forget whose list it was, and Justin Herbert was higher up on the list, and everyone was all up in arms that Jalen Hurts was so low. Like, this has been the sentiment around Hurts for a couple of years now, despite winning a Super Bowl, despite being a Super Bowl MVP, 3-time Pro Bowler, all of that stuff.
Who would you rather have, Justin Herbert or Jalen Hurts?
I mean, Justin Herbert doesn't want anything. Justin Herbert in the playoffs, he turns the ball over a zillion times. The Texans, the Jags a couple of seasons ago. Like, I would have to say Jalen Hurts because he's won. He's done it.
I'm looking at this article right now, and I just hit the wrong button, so it just screwed me on that. That sucks. And it didn't even have Jalen Hurts in the top 16.
Yeah, he was way down.
I'm looking at NFL.com article. This is written by our good friend Nick Shook, and he has the quarterbacks in tiers. Tier 1, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Drake May. That's his first tier. Dak Prescott outside of that. Then he has Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, Patrick Mahomes. Jesus. No.
Mahomes down that far?
Brock Purdy, that was in tier 2. Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, then Jalen Hurts at number 18. That's rough.
That's rough.
Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl champion. Your team has won 10 games for the last infinity, and you are the 18th. He has a PR problem. That's what Jalen Hurts has. Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. Shout out to everybody listening in Philadelphia right now. You have a good quarterback. Enjoy him. Do not let these rankings make you feel otherwise. Jalen Hurts, if you're somehow riding around to your grandma's house for Easter, you are loved, my friend. You are not the 18th best quarterback in the league. That is ridiculous. But, man, people are out here feeling that. That's crazy.
I mean, to have Mahomes as far down on that list as he does, and I mean, Grant threw it in our chat, Purdy and Lamar in the same category. Like, I mean, and there were what in the tier 3 category?
Tier 3. I'm looking at it right now.
Like
Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams, tier 3.
Yeah, that's a rough list. I'm not sure. I think we could spend a whole show debating where quarterbacks lie in that list right there, because there's a lot to break down there. Coming up on the other side, though, Easter baskets. What are they these days? Not what they used to be, Gabe. Let me tell you that. More coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Constable Gabe Ramirez here with you on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, it is Easter Sunday today. Happy Easter to all who celebrate, which means a lot of chocolate being eaten, right? Chocolate bunnies, all that good stuff. You got your Easter egg hunts, you got your candy, your Easter baskets. Yep. Gabe's showing off a cookie there. I just crushed 2 Chips Ahoy's and an Oreo in the break here.
I got some jalapeno cheddar chips and some bootleg, the coconut,
The Girl Scout
like
cookies.
Girl Scout cookies, the bootleg version though, the Walmart version.
Okay. Okay. The knockoffs.
So you
the
can get them
dupes.
year round.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
Girl Scout cookies.
they're so good. Might as well. Yeah, I've got crumbs all over my desk right now.
Fair enough.
But but
you'll learn, Kate. Because your baby's coming out in a second. The Easter Bunny is a sneaky person. I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but sneaky person is the Easter Bunny. And I've been seeing these baskets out and about in these streets. Now I got 3 daughters, 6, 4, and 7 months. And I was like, is the Easter Bunny gonna find us this year? We're staying in a hotel. House is getting renovated. And sure enough, the Easter Bunny made it to the hotel. Easter Bunny made it to a hotel, got 3 baskets, and I'm looking at these baskets and I'm thinking to myself, now this is a far cry from what I used to get when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little bit different. Now I say this to say that Easter baskets are not what they used to be. Even when you walk into Walmart, because kids that are listening right now, your parents, they might want to splurge and get you an Easter basket, like the bunny, like a bunny and your parents. Right? So some of them are, when you walk into Walmart, you might see some because they want to give your parents the opportunity to spoil you as well, along with the Easter bunny. Okay, focus on that right there. Now, when you walk in and you see these baskets, I'm looking at these baskets. I'm like, where's all the candy at? It's just like a bunch of little toys. It's like a bunch of, and then my 7-month-old, she got the Easter Bunny stop by her daycare. Okay.
Oh,
and
that's nice of him.
Yeah. All the little kids in the daycare, 7-month-old baby, every kid got an Easter basket. You know what was inside the basket? Organic snack crackers.
The little, puffs that kids eat.
Like,
yeah.
Come on, man. Where's the this is like baby Halloween. I need all the candy. I need to, when I get my basket from the bunny, I want to pick up my phone and call my dentist to prepare and make an appointment, Kate. I don't want to look at a coloring book,
No.
Do you remember baskets you used to get when you were younger, when the Easter Bunny stopped by?
It was all chocolate. The Easter Bunny would bring a full chocolate bunny. That was like the big thing in the basket, was like the large size. And then you got a bunch of jelly beans, right? Because for some reason he always left jelly beans in some of the Easter eggs, but along with chocolate as well, you get the Reese's eggs, because Easter eggs, all these candy brands have like their Easter shaped stuff. It was all candy. There wasn't any, I don't remember anything outside of it being candy in there. I mean, maybe the Easter Bunny got you like a pair of Easter socks in the basket as well, like just something else. But like, it was all
like
Peeps.
Arts and crafts. No,
no, and now, which I feel strongly about Peeps. I don't like them. I don't think they're a great candy, but some people do, and that's fine. But we were not getting organic, snacks or like granola bars or anything. Like, these kids these days are missing out on the true Easter Bunny experience.
You feel bad for them. I think the Easter Bunny got mature and started really thinking about health. And I wish he would go back to his old ways, to be very honest with you, when I'm thinking about these things. You don't like Peeps. Peeps are like the Shamrock Shake of Easter. It's like you either love it or hate it. I'm not a huge fan of the Shamrock Shake. My birthday's in March, so I feel like the Shamrock Shake is synonymous with my birthday, and it's just something that I never got down with, like chocolate minty stuff from like Frango or stuff like that's not my thing. No. And when you're thinking about Peeps, Max, our video producer, you're saying it's just marshmallows, but it's not. It's marshmallows.
It's like a sugary.
Yeah, like this weird
marshmallow because
sugary,
it's got the
textury thing on the
yeah.
outside that throws you off. And the people that do the chubby baby bunny thing and what they put all the peeps and try to see if they can say this, you guys are fools. Okay, you guys are fools.
No.
The peeps are like the Tootsie Roll of Halloween. You know what I mean? The Tootsie Rolls, you save those for the last if you eat them at all.
Yep.
That's what peeps are.
That's a
on Easter
great
Day.
comparison, Gabe. I've never heard that comparison, the Tootsie Roll of Halloween, but you're right. You eat everything in your trick-or-treating bag, and then it's filled with Tootsie Rolls at the end.
And it's like only your grandma's like, oh, let me get one of those Tootsie Rolls. And she's the only one that's like, let me get a peep. Oh, you have peeps left over, huh? And you're like, no, yeah, take them, Grandma. You got, abuelita, here you go. You got all of these things. All right, I got a list here. Top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candies that have been purchased so far in 2026. You want to take a guess, just rattling them off quickly? Go ahead. You can put them in the text, guys, too. Go ahead. Grant, Max.
I would say
Peeps is in.
Reese's Eggs is one of them.
Number 1, Reese's Eggs, definitely at the top of the list. Peeps are in there, too.
Are these Easter candies, like Easter-themed candies?
Yeah, these are Easter-themed candies.
Peeps, I would say just chocolate eggs. Oh, the
chocolate bunnies are there. So you're there.
Okay.
I know you're
bunnies.
You got eggs. What's the company that makes the eggs? You see the bunny in
Cadbury.
the commercials all the time.
Cadbury eggs.
There you go. Cadbury eggs.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
You got some Jelly Belly jelly beans in there because you mentioned that as well. Those would be good. Swedish Fish. Swedish Fish, a top 5. You know, an oldie but a goodie. You know, if you really know, like
Swedish
Sour
Fish
Patch
are phenomenal.
Kids, there were Swedish Fish. You know,
Gabe, that's been one of my pregnancy cravings is just sugary, like Nerds, any candy like that, Skittles, gummy candy. Oh, love all of that. So Swedish Fish, perfect in there.
Grant said Butterfinger, not on there. Max said Snickers, but that is in there. Top 7 Snickers. And that's I think that's for the newer millennial kids because Snickers was our jam back in the day. Nerd Gummy Clusters is a great one. Okay, for those of you that have never had, like if you're old school like I am, and you're like Nerd Gummy Clusters, you think it's gonna be like a hard nerd, but the nerd like it's weird. It like blends in and it's kind of cool.
It's a phenomenal candy. That's my number 1 candy right now is Nerd Gummy Clusters. Like it does not get much better than that.
Okay, so the Easter Bunny, like I mentioned, came to the hotel and dropped off the Easter baskets. Then we had to get into the car because Dad had to go to work and Mom went up to the burbs to go to Grandma's house, right? So we get in the car. This little devilish Easter Bunny left eggs in the car for these girls. He's sneaky. I told you, the Easter Bunny sneaky. You know what he put inside the eggs? Sour Patch Kids. Sour Patch Kids. So
wow.
Sneaky.
That's
good snack. And I got to be honest, like you, Kate, I'm not pregnant, but I will eat. Do you prefer sour or chocolate? Sour candy?
My entire life, chocolate, everything. Over the last 9 months, sour candy, gummy, all of that type of stuff. It's shifted. I mean, I still will eat the chocolate, don't get me wrong, but I enjoy the sour candies so much more than I ever have before.
Okay. I'm a sucker for chocolates as well. I'm a sucker for candy, let's be honest. There's fast food and candy. You want to know if I'm going to die in 5 years? Damn, don't cut this if I do die. But if I want to know if I'm going to die in 5 years, fast food and candy is going to be the death of me.
Oof.
But I love it so much. But like this problem with like chocolate, you can eat a piece of chocolate. Like if all the parents that are out there, you can steal a piece of chocolate from your kid's basket. No big deal, right?
Yeah.
But if you put all of it in front of you, then I can't stop with the sour candies. I will eat the whole bag.
That's hard.
Like, that won't stop. A piece of chocolate, I can do it. The sour candy.
You put a bag of Nerds Gummy Clusters in front of me, that bag's going to be gone.
It'll be a bag in the garbage.
I'll feel exactly. I'll feel sick, and I'll still continue to go. Here's my last question for you, Gabe.
I'll do that too. Give me.
How many Easter egg hunts, if any, have your girls been a part of? Because I feel like Easter egg hunts are on the rise.
So they went to Empire Kids, or Kids Empire is what it's called. Sorry, and there was an Easter egg hunt there. Then they do one at Grandma's house. So, I mean, even the Easter egg hunts. I mean, talk about how Easter is different nowadays. Easter egg hunt? What? You know how much effort the bunny puts in a lot of effort now. That's all I gotta say. There's a better era of bunnies out here than there was back in my day, Kay. I'll tell you that.
Those eggs are being hidden a little bit better, a little bit harder to find these days back in the day. Oh, eggs. Man.
We should put together an adult Easter egg hunt. Alcohol and money.
Hey, that is my kind of Easter egg hunt right there. I will be down for that anytime. All right, I don't know how to transition from Easter egg hunts to the Los Angeles Lakers and what's going on there. So we're talking Luka, Austin Reeves, and the Lakers next here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
A lot of teams jockeying for playoff position right now in their various sports. One of those being the Islanders, who just made an interesting move this morning. They just fired their head coach, Patrick Waugh. He's been relieved of his coaching responsibilities, and Peter DeBoer has been named the head coach of the New York Islanders. According to ESPN reporter Emily Kaplan, that's a result of potentially the Islanders missing the playoffs if they can't hold on to their playoff spot, and it's looking like it's going to be more and more difficult as the regular season wraps up. So just an interesting nugget out of the NHL, a little coaching change for the Islanders here as we near the playoffs. As we near the playoffs, Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM Game Day. The Los Angeles Lakers are in trouble, Gabe. They had a great second half to the season. They're positioned really well in the West right now. They have the third seed, but they just lost their top two scorers. Luka Doncic goes out the other night with a hamstring injury, and then Austin Reeves has a oblique injury strain, which, by the way, I believe that happened in Dallas, and the Dallas Mavericks staff MRI'd the wrong part of Reeves, which is like,
of course
so
they do. Why would they do the
right?
Why would they do the right one? No
So,
pun
I
intended
mean,
there.
I don't think that it necessarily made a difference in terms of they said Reeves was cleared and he went back out and played and you know, re-aggravated this, but just a funny little tidbit there. But all of a sudden you had a Lakers team that was kind of falling into place with Luka and Reeves playing extremely well. Luka playing his best basketball, you could say, of his career over the last month or so. And then LeBron James finally falling into that number 3 role and accepting it. And that being part of the catalyst that's allowed the Lakers to have the success that they've had lately. But you take Luka and Austin Reeves out of the equation, and this team's not winning a playoff series.
Especially not if they're going up against Minnesota in their first round, which is who they'd face if the playoffs ended today. And let's not, obviously, we know the Western Conference is a gauntlet, right? Regardless of who you're going to face in those top 8 teams. This is the Portland Trail Blazers, which I hope they selfishly, I hope to make the playoffs, because if you're listening and you haven't heard me talk about the Bulls 27 times today, I am a Bulls fan, and the Bulls have their first round pick if they make the playoffs. So I'm hoping Portland makes it, and they hold on to that 9 seed. But the Lakers, I mean, it's not just LeBron accepting his role, right? You also have guys like DeAndre Ayton understanding what he needs to be in this offense. You got to tip your cap, to J.J. Redick, a guy who never coached in the NBA ever before, and somehow, some way, you get your guys playing at a high level because the standard is high. And it's not just because it's the Lakers, it's just what he expects from basketball. And Luka's Luka. Shout out to him for losing the weight, taking this seriously. I knew it was going to happen in L.A., not just because he's around LeBron, but, he's going to take it personally at some point in your life that you're a little chubster and you want to be playing well. And then Austin Reeves, I mean, so many people have been high on this undrafted, free agent that comes in and, plays exceptionally well for them. But the fact of the matter is, Kate, it doesn't matter if they're both healthy. Lakers aren't making a deep playoff run in the NBA. They're just not happening. Why? Luka Doncic doesn't play defense, right? DeAndre Ayton, it will cause you a game mentally, right? Yep. Because not being involved offensively is gonna throw off his rhythm. And then again, we talked about this, just like NCAA basketball. When you get to that Elite 8, you get to that Sweet 16, which is ultimately what the NBA playoffs are. Just the best teams that are left. And it's just unfortunate the Lakers just aren't one of the best teams in the NBA right now. They're good. They're a good team, but there's a lot of good teams in the league. And as we mentioned, only one gets to hoist the trophy at the end of the year. And I highly doubt it's going to be the Lakers.
No, it's certainly not going to be the Lakers. Their depth chart over on ESPN right now has Bronny James as the backup point guard. You're not winning anything with Bronny James as your backup point guard right now. And granted, that's because of some injuries here. But I'm with you that I don't think, even if Luka and Austin Reeves were healthy, that this Lakers team is a team that could beat OKC or San Antonio or even Denver in a 7-game series. Those are the teams that I think will be competing for the Western Conference. And I mean, if you really want to narrow it down, I think it's between San Antonio and OKC. I would like to throw the Nuggets in there because they have Nikola Jokic. And if you have Nikola Jokic on your team, Gabe, I watched Houston, and and maybe this is it's a very small sample size, but I watched their game against the Bulls. I went to that game. They don't play defense. And maybe it was like, well, right. Against the Bulls, of course you're not going to care. But I have worries for them on the defensive side of the ball, more so than just that one game against Chicago. So the Rockets are not in the picture for me. And then I'm biased growing up in Minnesota, being a Timberwolves fan. And I mean, you have to credit them. They've been to the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years. Like, can they be a team in the West? So we talk about tiers with quarterbacks. My tiers in the Western Conference for the NBA are OKC and San Antonio. And then second tier is Denver and Minnesota.
And then what?
Those
the
are the
Lakers
only
in the
four.
third tier?
Lakers and Rockets are in the third tier. And then I don't have any faith in Suns, Blazers, Clippers, or Warriors to really get anything done, even though Steph's coming back.
That's interesting that you say that. I think when you're talking about Houston, I don't think they're a regular season team, right? When you have KD on your squad, you're not trying to position yourself for the number 1 seed and home court advantage. You're like, yeah, just let's get the game flowing and let's have a rhythm to our offense, and then let's make this a half court. Because the regular season is run and gun. Regular season is put up 96 shots a game and see who could make the most. Playoff basketball is much different. It's possession by possession. Got to run your offense. Got to get a bucket. And there's one person on the Houston Rockets that can get a bucket for you whenever they want to get a bucket. And that guy, Kevin Durant, can get you to at least a. I mean, listen, if the playoffs ended today, Houston would have to face Denver in the first round. Rough.
That would be rough. Who would you take in that series?
Oh my God.
I know.
I think it depends. It always, and I struggle with this with Denver, Kate, where I'm always like, it all depends on how much Jokic cares. And it's like, can I just stop that narrative already? This man cares. This man,
he does.
Like, once the game starts, he has the competitive nature. He's going to want to win. So initially, I'm like, it's going to be Houston. But then I'm like, damn, is Jamal Murray going to go crazy? Is Aaron Gordon going to have a renaissance? Is Jokic going to play out of his mind? Like, these teams, you can make the case for any team to win these series. But if I had to pick one, because that is what you asked me, I would have to go back and go with Houston.
Really?
Imagine if Houston had Fred VanVleet. Yeah, imagine if they had Fred VanVleet, which they don't. But imagine if they did. They would be disgusting. But right now, as it stands, I think there's a little bit more. In the NBA playoffs, desire is a huge variable. And for me, it is statistically significant here, especially for the Houston Rockets. And I think they do have that desire. And whereas Denver, not to say that they don't, but I just don't know if it's there in the same way. You win a championship, the hangover is real. It is hard to bounce back. Ask the Cubs from 2016. Ask any team that's won the NBA championship. Ask Jalen Hurts that we were just talking about. It is hard to bounce back and play at that high level, but no one wants to. Let me look at the playoffs. No one wants to win a championship more than Kevin Durant in these playoffs. Tell me who wants to win more than Kevin Durant. Nobody. It's not Shea. He won. He doesn't care. They think it's funny. They're pouring water on each other during. Wemby wants to win. Not more than Kevin Durant, though. LeBron wants to win. Not more than Kevin Durant.
Jokic doesn't want to win more than Kevin Durant.
No.
Jokic cares. I'm of the narrative that Jokic cares. But yes, he wants to win, but not more than Kevin Durant. I'll give you that.
Right. I mean, who are we talking about in the East? No one. Like, no one in the East wants to win. Joel Embiid, maybe, because he wants to change the narrative on his career. But outside of that, Boston's won already. The Knicks, they would love to win. But, Kevin Durant is like, I am an assassin. Give me the ball. The Grim Reaper is here. I need one more championship to solidify myself. We're talking about tiers. To solidify myself in the top tier of NBA greatness. I need to win one more. And if I could do it with Alperen Sengun and one of the Thompson twins and an underwhelming Jabari Smith, then that's going to cement my legacy. And he could do it. It's just, I'm making the case for him, but it's going to be tough. Those playoffs are going to be great. I can't wait for it.
that cements his legacy. If he's able to win a championship with this roster without, a Steph Curry, without like the Golden State years, right? Because that's the knock on his legacy is that, okay, you went to a team that was already loaded, that was already winning, and then of course you're going to win a championship. So that's, yeah, I would agree with you on that. I just, I'm not, I hope I'm wrong because that will make the playoffs that much better if the Rockets are a team that could go really deep and make some noise. I'm not sure I'm sold on them. If Fred VanVleet, beginning of the season, I was in, well, before the injury happened. I know that happened right before the season, but I was in on the Rockets with Fred VanVleet. They would have been very dangerous then.
Yeah, felt bad for him, dealing with that injury. Couldn't get a point guard to kind of spell Fred VanVleet, the Rockford kid, Rockford, Illinois.
Yep.
But either way, the playoffs are going to be great. Can't wait to see it. You can't count LeBron out, too. I mean, he's still LeBron James no matter how old he is. It's like your older brother. It's like, you're like, damn, when am I going to beat you? Can you turn 50 already so I can beat you? I think that's what most people are thinking when they think about LeBron James.
It will be, I'm interested to see what happens this season after the season with LeBron. Does he stay in LA? Does he go to Cleveland? Is he done? What's going on? Those are all questions that we'll have answered. But in terms of the Eastern Conference, Gabe, I mean, we talked a little bit about the teams at the top, Detroit, Celtics, Knicks. And we touched on this Milwaukee Bucks fiasco with Giannis right now. And Doc Rivers, not too happy to be in the mix of, or in the middle rather, of what's going on between Giannis and the Bucks front office. Let's take a listen.
This is a grown man's game, and it should be handled that way by everybody. And so I don't like when it's he said, she said stuff. It's not good. And so just from that seat, the fact that I have to sit up here and keep addressing it bothers me. And we need to do something about it.
I know Doc Rivers bothers a lot of people, but I would be bothered by this situation if I were him as well, because he is kind of caught in the middle of it. The coaches don't make the, decisions that the front office makes in terms of holding players out and things like that, maybe every once in a while. But those are, I mean, if you're shutting a player down for the year, that's coming from the front office, the general manager versus your head coach. It feels like Giannis wants to be he wants his cake, wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to be the nice guy that doesn't ask out, doesn't ask for a trade, doesn't demand it. He's loyal to the franchise, but yet he's doing all these things that just make the franchise upset and want to trade him because of that. So Giannis is kind of playing both sides of the card here. He just needs to man up and demand a trade. Ask for a trade at the end of the season. He should have done that earlier on this year. He should have been gone at the deadline. I know the Bucks want what they want back from, as they should. They should not get rid of him just for, the purpose of a couple picks or getting rid of him. But like, this is a marriage to, the point we said earlier of like, this divorce should have already happened.
Yeah, and Giannis said the Bucks and him need couples therapy. And listen, Giannis, I've gone to couple therapy a couple times, and sometimes, ask my wife, be careful what you wish for, because the therapist will tell you that you're the one that's crazy.
Yeah, that certainly could be a possibility.
So be careful what you wish for, because you might end up being told that you're the one that's the problem. And I mean, listen, to be fair to Giannis, he has tried to be the consummate professional in this situation, right? Not just this year, but in all these years. Hey, I want to stay with this team. I want to bring them a championship, and he does. He wins them a championship. Wins the city of Milwaukee a championship. He can do no wrong in the eyes of Milwaukeeans. I don't know sure if that's what they call them. But when you get to this stage in your career, and that's the not the problem, but when you're looking at the NBA from a player's perspective as a whole, it's damn near impossible to spend your entire career with one team. Yeah. And we touched on this throughout the show. It's because general managers are faced with different realities every offseason. Your roster construction is going to look different depending on where you are at in your NBA spectrum, right? Are you tanking and trying to rebuild? Are you in the middle trying to figure out what direction you're going in? Or are you at the top of the heap and trying to fine-tune things to get you to the championship? And, with a team like Milwaukee, they win a championship. They try to retool with Dame Lillard. That experiment goes horribly wrong, right? They cut him. Then they go ahead and bring in Miles Turner. They bring in Kyle Kuzma. They bring in a couple of other bodies to try to appease, Giannis Antetokounmpo. But as people are learning, this is why teams, air quote, tank to rebuild their team, because it is extremely difficult to just retool your roster with people and try to make you an NBA contender. It's that difficult. So going back to Giannis and what his request was initially, right? I want to win here. I want them to do right by me here. So he's trying to hold true to that narrative. And I respect that. Right? You got to respect that. I don't want to demand a trade because I told you I can get it done here. And listen, I know a couple people that are close to the Giannis situation, probably closer than I would like to admit. And, he made it clear. In the offseason, I knew Giannis wanted to go only to the Knicks. And people were like, oh, he might go here. Oh, and I'm like, they're like, oh, he wants to stay in Milwaukee. I said, no, he don't. He wants to go to the Knicks. Trust me, I know it. And then all of a sudden you heard rumors going to the Knicks, but they couldn't pull the trigger. They couldn't get the job done. Yeah. Why didn't the trade happen? Because he didn't want to go anywhere else. So when it failed with the Knicks, no one else could step in. The Bucks had to keep him. So now you're at a situation where, like, okay, he's lost value, which sucks if you're the organization. And now Giannis has to rethink what his future looks like, if it's staying in Milwaukee now, or if it's, putting the franchise that you gave a championship to in a worse situation because your value is diminished, and now the return that team could have gotten at the time is now much less than what it once could have been.
When do we find out the draft lottery order? Do we think that
this month, right?
That it's got to be coming up here, right? Does that change? Like, if the Bucks get a good pick, does that change what Giannis does at all? Or is that a rookie coming in? How much can a rookie, even if it is one of the top talents, like, can that turn things around for him? Or are we way beyond any of this at all, and it's just Giannis goes where he wants to go?
May 10th is when the draft lottery happens. That'll be happening here in Chicago at Navy Pier. And I don't know, Kate. Again, it goes back to what Giannis's mindset is like, when he's thinking about this team, or just the last couple of years of his NBA career. Is it trying to do it one more time with a revamped roster? Do you want to deal with the bumps and bruises that inevitably is going to take place for a rookie? Or do you want them to do like Cleveland did with Andrew Wiggins back in the day, where you get a high draft pick, but you trade it away because LeBron doesn't want the young guy there, right? He wants a proven star. So, it'll be interesting to see, but I know we'll all be watching that saga closely. And Giannis, I know he wanted to go to the Knicks, but Chicago's a great place. I heard you love Avli, the Greek restaurant, and you built one in Milwaukee, and so.
That is, I've eaten there. It is a very good restaurant. It's good. Great Greek food. We'll talk a little bit more NBA coming up. We'll ask Joe Lorenzi, who covers the Bulls here in Chicago, about potential move for Giannis coming to the Windy City. But before we do so, that what March means for college hoops. Lock in for every game. Make your March moment when you bet with boosted odds. All you have to do is get your Odd Boost token that's already dropped into your account. You don't even have to opt in. You add your March matchup bet to the specified maximum stake to your bet slip, then activate the token. If you win your bet with the token activated, you'll also score some extra winnings. Joe Lorenzi coming up on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
playmaker in the short rolls. Offensive rebounding, defensive rebounding, so important. Oops. Let's hope this is nothing.
He looks like he's in a lot of pain now.
And we just had JJ telling us before the game that because they have been healthy, that hamstring, and he was grabbing in the first quarter, and he's still down.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks to Amazon Prime for that sound there. That's Luka's injury against the Thunder last Thursday when he went down with that hamstring injury. He's sidelined for the remainder of the regular season. I guess you could say indefinitely. So we don't know when he's going to come back, if he makes it back in time for the first round of the playoffs or the playoffs at all. Those are all questions that are up in the air right now. We also have a ton of other questions surrounding the NBA as a whole right now. To help us answer some of those, we bring in Joel Lorenzi. He joins the show, NBA writer for The Athletic, covers the Chicago Bulls and spent some time covering OKC for a few seasons prior to that. Joel, appreciate you joining us on this Sunday afternoon. Gabe and I have been talking a lot about the product that we've seen in the NBA lately and just how poor it is. Can you kind of put into words like
poor is a nice word, Kate. That's a nice word.
Okay, so maybe Joel, you tell us what you think about the product and how poor it is.
Yeah, well, I tend to like the league. I really don't have a strong opinion on the whole bad product. I mean, obviously, like, bottom of the league is not great, right? But I do agree with people who say, like, we don't fixate on the bottom of any other league the way we do the NBA. And while I think Adam Silver is dealing with as many potential issues as any commissioner has faced at one single time, I don't think any of his issues are of like unprecedented, like are an unprecedented travesty. Like, he's got some issues on his hands. Maybe the product being one of them. I think it's certainly down the list. Like, the great teams are great. I think, I mean, in a couple weeks when the playoffs start, like, we're not going to be talking about any of this. We don't talk about, like, I don't know. I don't watch baseball enough to know the bad teams, but I guarantee we don't talk about the bad teams in baseball or football the way we talk about the Jazz. And we don't talk about tanking in these leagues the way we talk about tanking in the NBA. And I don't know why Adam Silver feels. I mean, I know why he feels his move to address these things, because the public is clamoring about it. But tanking has been a part of this league history. And frankly, like, I'm the wrong guy to talk about tanking. I covered OKC right after they got done with a master class on tanking, and so, like, I err on the side of, like, hey, tanking is useful. We just harp on the teams that are terrible at it or that just had bad luck.
So I got to ask, right? Because when you're thinking about the NBA and you're looking at the disparity in teams, is it in your mind a talent issue, right? Or is it incompetency from certain front offices? Like, maybe a GM is not necessarily building out the right roster, had the same ability to do so, but you can make or is the argument simply that there's just not enough talented players to make all teams in the NBA that competitive?
I know you're leading me here with the front office comment.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, this is a national show. This is a national show, Joel. Don't do me like that. We can have that conversation later. I am not doing that. I am literally asking you from a national perspective.
The Bulls are very much part of the conversation. It's all nuance, right? Like, if I learned anything from covering Sam Presti and my time at OKC, like, it's all nuance. No two situations are the same. I mean, Troy Weaver built much of the Detroit roster that's number one in the East standings right now, and he's not part of it anymore because it's a results-based business. And he had some fault in, like, obviously somebody has to take the fall for when they lose 28 straight games. Different people had different faults. That's besides the point. That's a rabbit hole we'll go down another day. All these situations are very nuanced. Some of it is front office screw-ups. Some of it is, like, people have missed on talent that prospects were good bets. Hindsight is 2020, right? Like, some like Bob Myers, for example, right? Like, he's I'd say consensus is that he's a solid GM. Obviously, he inherited a good roster in Golden State. back in the day. But, like at the time, James Wiseman, like people didn't really bat an eye at that because the thought was, hey, can we get a center to play in Golden State system? Like that's the missing piece. James Wiseman as a prospect was tantalizing and was supposed to be a big deal. Now his NBA career is an afterthought, right? So like hindsight is 2020. Sometimes you just miss, man. But as far as the product, like I think there's plenty of talent, and I get people saying like the expansion that's certainly imminent. They're worried about, well, hey, are we just going to add one bad product? I think there's enough talent to go around. Frankly, I think some of this talent should be more spread out. I know that's maybe not a popular opinion, but there's plenty of talent. To me, it's so much more nuanced than there's a group of bad teams and they're all bad for the same reasons. I mean, the butterfly effect is like really hard to chart, and I do think something needs to happen in the draft because the bad teams cannot always be saved by good decision makers, and the ones that have bad decision makers, like has often happened in Chicago, a lot of bad decisions certainly aren't being saved by the draft or the discord and their tanking process or anything. It's also nuanced, and with that being said, no one has the unique situation that Chicago has. I'll just end it on that note.
All right, well, I'll continue on that note with Chicago, Joel. Are there going to be changes coming? Like, how does Chicago kind of climb out of the purgatory that they have been outside because they haven't, drafted great and haven't made great decisions in the front office over the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, I from what I know about the Reinsdorfs, I know the buzz is like change is imminent, and I don't doubt that. I mean, Billy Donovan is going to have that sit down at the end of the season and decide, how long this thing is going to take, and I think that'll influence his decision. I imagine he's had a tumultuous year to say the least, but I don't know. I mean, from what I know about the Reinsdorfs, it doesn't seem like they just sort of let go of AK and the head decision makers. At least not everybody. It doesn't seem like them, regardless of the outright. I mean, I've never seen a spiral like this. I mean, the resume was what it was from the decision makers in Chicago, but the J90 stuff, which is very sensitive, I've never seen anything like that. I have no other way to put it. It's unprecedented, right? And from afar, you think, well, somebody has to maybe take the fall for this mess and the accumulated disaster that we see now. I just don't know, man. From what I know about the Reinsdorfs so far, I don't see this sort of complete overhaul. It does not seem likely. And as far as like digging them out of where they are, we probably we should have been talking about a tank last summer, probably, which beating a dead horse here. But it is going to take a lot of like uprooting for this thing to change, because as much as I think Modest Buzz is a promising connector piece and maybe a third option, an Aaron Gordon type of impact down the line, I don't think they have a superstar in the building, which is what they were kind of talking about last summer. And those kind of guys are just really hard to get, hard to groom. I mean, that's part of the luck we mentioned earlier, right? Like you can get a prospect that is that good, but if you can't groom them in your building, then what's the point, right? So it's going to take a lot, frankly.
Yeah, and I think, Joel, we're talking to Joel Lorenzi from The Athletic here. And I think when you're looking at the teams and you're talking about getting talent, right, that's the best way to catapult your squad to the upper echelons of the NBA. And you see who's sitting at the tops of both the Eastern and the Western Conference, right? Detroit, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren. I mean, bodies that they were able to get in. OKC, obviously they traded for Shea, but they ended up getting Chet Holmgren and have a couple other great draft picks that are helping them out. San Antonio with Wemby. I mean, it's no surprise. This is not some secret in the NBA. Like, get a good draft pick, and then you could potentially change your fortunes for the future. But the Bulls hope to be one of those teams, in the upcoming years. But we can talk about that later. In the present, we get to chat about, the teams that are making it to the playoffs, specifically the Western Conference. I mean, people could talk about the product, right, Joe? But when you get to the playoffs, you're getting the best of the best. You're getting the top tier of the NBA.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, in a couple weeks, we're going to forget about all this. I mean, if you need to know the attention span of NBA fans, literally just look at the MVP race. Like, wire to wire, I think Shea's been the guy. I would willingly entertain the Wemby conversation just because he's a specimen unlike I think we've ever seen. Minute to minute, his impact is insane. He's probably going to be considered the best defender ever, arguably. I think the argument will be had by in a couple of years, frankly. Like, I don't think it will take long. This dude, you just have to watch him to see how much he strikes fear in people. So, like, I'll entertain Wemby in the MVP conversation, but going back to the attention span, like, people are talking about, like, Luka and while his last month was incredible, people are just so short-sighted, and we're not going to be talking about any of this stuff, any of the NBA's issues when the product is likely incredible. It tends to be in May and June. Like, people hated on. I know Pepperidge Farm remembers when people hated on the OKC Indy finals matchup, and they gave us 7 great games. So people's attention span sucks, man. It's like especially bad in the NBA. But you're right. Like, the product is great. Even in the East, I expect the East playoffs to be pretty entertaining. New players at the table. Can Boston, get a certain percentage of Jason Tatum? They've been pretty good without him. They rebuilt their core with, like, guys who would be like two-way players elsewhere. They groomed, like, legitimate core players. Like, there are some fun storylines and all this. So I just don't know why we fixate on the Wizards and Utah. I think the NBA, just learning about their consumers, it's a fan base and a viewership that just fixates on the bottom of the league more than any I've seen. I keep saying this, but it just feels especially true. I don't think Adam Silver's issues are really as bad as we paint. I mean, David Stern dealt with some stuff, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of an understatement there, what David Stern had to deal with. Joel, appreciate you joining us. Thanks for your time on this Easter Sunday, all of your insight. We will talk to you down the road.
Thanks for coming on, Joel.
Thank you, guys. Yep, see you guys.
That is Joel Lorenzi. He makes a really good point. In this league, we do fixate on the bottom more so than any other league. Like, MLB, there's a lot of really bad teams, but, like, do we talk about them as much as we talk about the bad teams?
Let's not forget, right? Major League Baseball has something in place where you can't have, a top 3 pick several seasons in a row. Right?
That's
the
true.
White Sox,
That's true.
Had to deal with that last season. So they have something in place to deal with tanking. Maybe that's why you don't talk about it. In the NFL, you can make the argument that the conversation for tanking is the equal to that of the NBA. When you're talking about the teams, tankathon.com. I mean, people have a website dedicated to it, right? So I mean, and if you've been living in Chicago for the last 3 seasons, you've been paying very close attention to it. So I mean, I get that, but there is. I think what the attention is not necessarily on the poor play. It's how to fix it, how to fix the competitive balance, how to get teams to not. Listen, we know guys sit out starters in the NFL and, try to lose those last couple of games. The players might not, but the coaching staff and ownership does. But in the NBA, it's egregious, and I think they just got to fix it. Find a different way to do it. But it might take a couple of years. Who knows?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to get creative in how to fix that because for the last couple of years, it's kind of been the same song and dance. Hopefully this draft will help improve the product around the league as a whole with so many young budding stars coming into this draft. All right, turning our attention to the diamond. When we come back, we'll talk about MLB opening weekend and maybe some overreactions that we are hearing coming out of that. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
they're tricky, So we'll wait. We'll continue to call it day by day until we have to make a decision. You can always, if we go the route of an IL, you can always backdate it. So that's kind of where we're going to give him some time here.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. We ran through a lot of the major sports leagues and news going on right now, whether that be NFL or college basketball, and the national championship being played on Monday for the men, later this afternoon, 2:30 Central for the women. But we have not touched on the diamond, Gabe, and baseball. I mean, it is back. Opening week in the books after today. And we do this with every league and every season is, okay, things happen opening week and we get all excited, but we also overreact on a lot of things. And what you just heard there, Carlos Mendoza, the New York Mets manager, they're having a whole lot of injuries already early on in the season. And how much is that going to affect the longevity of their year, or, how they proceed going forward? Juan Soto, that's who Mendoza was talking about, needs an MRI. He's only missed 7 games in the last 2 years, which is pretty unprecedented. I mean, when you have a 162 game season, to only miss 7 games and only be on the injured list 3 times in his 9-year career, but he could be going to that injured list now with injuries. So they're piling up for the Mets already. Is this something that Mets fans really need to be concerned about, or like pump the brakes? We're only in the first week of the season here, people.
Listen, for those of you that are listening and know nothing about me, I'm a White Sox fan. So when I look at rosters across Major League Baseball, I tend to compare them to the White Sox when I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should feel bad for them when they lose a player. When I look at the Mets and I think Juan Soto being gone, I'm like, oh, you mean Marcus Semien, former White Sox player that's a stud, is your second baseman? Oh, Polanco's there too. Oh, you got Bo Bichette you just picked up. Francisco Lindor making mental mistakes, but is still a stud. Oh, and by the way, you have Luis Robert Jr., who is trying to have a renaissance. No, I have zero sympathy for you at all in this situation. I know it doesn't derail a season, right? What you're ultimately – you just need, in baseball especially, you need to be, and every game matters. I'm not one of these guys that April doesn't matter or now March doesn't matter. That's not me. Every single game matters, because when you get to the tail end of the season and you're 2 games out of the final wild card spot or a game out of the division championship, go back to April and see those games that you lost and tell me if they mattered or not. But with the Mets specifically, this is a team who lost some big people as well, right? And they're trying to find their way. They're trying to hit it big once. That's really what they want. They keep trying to figure this out and get the puzzle correct. And Juan Soto's a guy, I mean, you even saw him at the World Baseball Classic. He misses the Yankees. Poor guy. He misses the fun they were having. That's what the quote was. I haven't had this much fun in years. Like, but you've been on the Mets, my friend. What? You're not having fun over there? And in the years, you're talking about the Yankees? So, listen, you just need Juan Soto to be Juan Soto. Be a good mentor to guys like Luis Robert Jr. Your team just has to continue to play well. The Mets are going to be just fine. And when Juan Soto comes back and finds himself, and obviously they're not certain, the MRI is not for sure yet on what comes back there, but when he comes back, he's just adding to a team that's already going to be good, Kate. So the rich is just going to be getting richer. That's all.
Well, you're also talking about a team that plays in the NL East, and if you look at all the teams in that division, like, yeah, the Braves have started out hot 6-3, but the Braves are an organization that's made some questionable calls mid-season and has traded away some really good play. Like, there are question marks on a lot of these teams. The Marlins, like, are they really someone who towards the end of the year when we're getting to the fall that are going to be at the top of this division? I think the Phillies are the biggest, your biggest worry in that division, obviously. But if the Mets lose some games, yes, you don't want to be losing games early on in the season. They all matter equally. But if they're losing games early on because of some injuries, you got to imagine as long as those players can come back at some point throughout the year and be healthy, they have a stacked enough roster to be able to compete and, still very much potentially win that division. You talk about the White Sox and being a fan. Gabe, I just popped into the kitchen in the last break, and I don't know how this came up, but my husband Kevin goes, "Ask Gabe when we're going to a White Sox game." And so we'll coordinate for a White Sox game coming up. But the White Sox have been more fun to watch because of some of the young talent that they have on there. Like, can we say that they're at the bottom of the division here? They're 3-5, but like a lot of teams are, the Red Sox are 2-6 right now. People in Boston are freaking out. It's early.
Listen, do you really want to give me the time and space to talk about the White Sox? I mean, I will. That's the thing. I'll take it and run with it. But right. Grant Leader, our Cub fan here, who's watching the Cubs play on TV right now. I have to watch this in the background. But yes, no. Listen, the White Sox. Are we really doing this? Do I have to do this? Okay, look.
Give me 30 seconds, and then we'll talk about the rookies in the league. I'm cutting you off at 30.
I appreciate it. All right. Listen, they are a fun team. Right, and I think what they lack right now is starting pitching. That is obvious, right? Shane Smith, Rule 5 draft pick, getting the ball to start the season, has not had a repeat performance of last year. And being the first guy, being the ace, you were hoping for that. The Sox operate in the margins. Everything has to be right for them to win games, especially with the roster that they have constructed as it holds. Anthony Kay, Sean Burke, Eric Fetty. I mean, there's a tough rotation. Right, when you're talking about this. So they're missing their young guys, right? They need Jonathan Cannon. They need Drew Thorpe. They need Noah Schultz. They need Hagen Smith. Those guys to come up to be the reinforcements so that way you can talk about the fun that is happening with guys like Chase Mydroff, their scrappy second baseman. Colson Montgomery just hit another home run yesterday, the shortstop that is playing at an all-star level. Let's not forget, Mune Murakami, I just mentioned earlier in the show, he has 4 homers already. He hit one yesterday, Kate. This is what I love about Mune. He hit one yesterday, and when he did, he was excited as if he was like an 11-year-old kid hitting a home run for the first time. He's running around the bases, couldn't believe he hit the home run, and he had another RBI on the day. So the team is young. The team has fun, and I think the reality is there's a little bit of naivete on this squad where they don't even know they're supposed to be that bad, and hopefully they can put together. Hey, they've had a gauntlet. You mentioned the Miami Marlins playing well at the beginning of the season. They had to face them. They had to face the Brewers, the defending National League Central champions, defending Grant Leader, National League Central champions, and then the Toronto Blue Jays, who spent $250 million on Dylan Cease, who we roughed up. So the Sox have had a gauntlet in the first. I told you don't get me started, man. All right, I think my 30 seconds is up.
I was just going to let you go. I mean, we have like 60 seconds left in this segment, and you were just on a roll. I enjoy it, Gabe. I mean, talk about players being passionate when they hit home runs. Gabe Ramirez passionate when he's talking about his Chicago White Sox.
Is that I'm passionate about a 100-loss team? That I am. I'm a true fan.
Hey, things are looking up on the South Side. Plus, the food on the South Side, that trumps anything on the North Side. Those Polish dogs at the stadium with the onions on top. You have the
Ishbia.
Campfire
milkshake. Talk about the future, not just the young guys, but maybe the potential new owner in 4 seasons when Justin Ishbia comes.
Exactly.
Go White Sox. Let's go, baby. In a couple years.
Gabe Ramirez with his Chicago White Sox. Coming up, we're going to create our own one shining moment. We'll see the one that is the official one on Monday night. But Gabe and I are going to tell you our favorite moments of the NCAA tournament. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a quote fast at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, NCAA Tournament National Championship game will be played tomorrow. And when that game is over, you don't turn the TV off. You keep it on through the commercial break because you know when it's coming back, you're getting your one shining moment package of all the top highlights and plays from the tournament. I don't know about you. I love it. Like, are you someone who does actually stick around to watch that? Or you're like, I'm kind of over it. Like, it happens every year. I don't know why people make such a big deal out of it.
This is so funny, Kate, because Kate Constable is about to pop a baby out. I have 3 babies. Kate, this is the last year you're going to be sticking around to watch the highlights. You're going to have you got things to do.
Who knows if I'll even be able to watch the game.
Yeah, like you'll be on DVR. You'll be watching the whole thing on DVR, and when it gets to that point, you realize you only got 16 minutes left of free time in your life for the day. And I don't know if you want to spend 4 of it watching that video package. So no, Kate, I do not watch that. That's what my Twitter is for. That's what my TikTok is for. To give me so I can relive the moments whenever I like. But there's been some really good ones in this one. You love buzzer beaters, you love upsets, because the NCAA tournament will always deliver, and this was no different when you're talking about some of the biggest moments during this year's tournament.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think my viewing habits will change quite a bit in the next, hopefully, week or so once this baby is out. So I get it that you kind of have to catch up on the one shining moment. It becomes less important. We'll say that. But that's why, Gabe, we're going to build our own one shining moment here today.
This.
So you can do it, while you're at work. You have an excuse to be talking about what moments should be in there. We have a couple here in the rundown, and feel free to add anything else. But these are the biggest moments for me is, starting just first 4 teams. Texas, one of the first 4 teams. They go on to beat BYU in the first round. They go on to beat Gonzaga in the second round, on to the Sweet 16. Like, granted, Texas is not a Cinderella. The NIL money, the boosters, the donors that Texas has is among the top in the nation. But for a team going from first 4 to Sweet 16, that's pretty impressive.
It's what the tournament's all about, right? When you're talking about the play-in situation and adding more squads and those that are on the bubble per se, and you got to give the guys the opportunity to play. And then once given the opportunity, these kinds of things can happen. So shout out to Texas. You love stories like that. You would, Texas, I think it was 11 seed, right? They were the 11 seed. No one really thought they were a true 11 seed in that sense, but they just got caught in that mushy middle bubble. But a great story nonetheless. BYU tried their hardest at the tail end of that game. A.J. DeBonsa tried to put the team on his back, and unfortunately just ran up against a tough squad.
Yeah, who knows if I'm blanking on the kid's name, but the other top scorer for BYU, he was out for the remainder of the season. He had an injury and sat the last couple of weeks. But if he were in, maybe that's different. But either way, this is the tournament. It's one and done. Texas going to the Sweet 16. Pretty impressive there. We really didn't have many big upsets in terms of double-digit seeds upsetting some of the top ones. But High Point beating Wisconsin, who I believe was a 5 seed, on the Chase Johnston bucket to end that game pretty much at the buzzer. 1, High Point beating Wisconsin was a big deal. 2, that was Chase Johnston's first made field goal of the entire season. All the kid does is shoot threes.
Crazy.
He was 0 for 4 from the field on the season, Gabe. 4 field goals, 4 shots rather that weren't 3-point attempts. 0 for 4 in the year. His one that he makes is the game winner that sends High Point to the next round and knocks off number 5 Wisconsin.
Huge moments. I think the Wisconsin game, I had them going deep in my tournament. This is the first year actually,
I did
Kate,
too.
that I didn't fill out a bracket.
Really?
It was like my mental.
You got too many kids now, Gabe.
I told you can't
Yeah,
too
those
many
kids.
jobs too. It was funny because another shameless plug. So on the Chicago League, we had to come up with our Final Four, but I didn't fill out a bracket, And so I just kind of looked at the sheet and I was like, yeah, these are my 4 teams right here. And then on the air, they're like, all right, well, who do you got winning? And I'm just like,
and you're just scrambling in your head.
4 teams. I didn't necessarily but I'll tell you this, it's liberating. It was the first time in my life that I never filled out a bracket, Kate. And I've done it, you're a kid, you want to be with the homies, I used to always just go up against my dad. So I'd always filled out a bracket. I've always had some sort of gambling thing associated with the bracket. This year didn't do it. And it was so freeing because when an upset like High Point versus Wisconsin did happen, you weren't as emotionally attached to it, right? And let's say like Illinois losing. Let's say you're so close. Oh, you could have won, $1,000 in your work bracket if Illinois would have won and they lose. And you're more upset about the money than you are about enjoying the fantastic run that Illinois went on, right? And so not filling it out, I don't know. I might do that moving on, not fill out this whole thing. You never know.
So I've only filled out one this year, and usually I have 2 or 3, and I didn't do any because I admittedly didn't follow college basketball because I was so locked into the NFL for the entirety of that season that by the time college basketball came around, I'm like 6-7 months pregnant, maybe, I don't know, 7-ish.
No,
I'm not feeling the best.
Kate, I know
I'm not locked
you and I
in.
have done shows during the college season before. And the fact that we're not doing the show together, they're like, well, do I need to be as locked in? My brain needs a little break from what's going on. That's what happened. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
For sure. And so I wasn't totally locked in on, the ins and outs of all of these teams heading into the tournament. So I did kind of what the girlies do. And I just kind of picked random teams. And not random, but like I didn't put my research into my bracket this year.
Sure.
And my bracket's not great. It got busted pretty early, as everyone says, but it was kind of a nice feeling of like not feeling like I let myself down because my bracket sucked, where like I didn't put in the time to make it a good bracket to begin with. So I was okay with Houston was my national champion and them losing in the Sweet 16, Elite 8, whatever it was.
What other moments you got there? Because Houston, that could have been a moment. Illinois taking down Houston. That was a great game.
That was a great game. That was a moment right there. I think in terms of buzzer beaters, the Kentucky Santa Clara, the back-to-back threes, Santa Clara hits the go-ahead 3. Kentucky has 0.7 seconds left or something, a second maybe, and they go and they hit a 3 to tie to send the game into overtime, and then Kentucky wins it. Like that shot, both of those shots back-to-back will 1,000% be on the highlight. And then, the Cinderella of the tournament-ish. Again, a Big Ten team. Can you call them a Cinderella? No. My Iowa Hawkeyes, though, Gabe, who in their right mind? Talk about my bracket. I had Iowa losing the very first round. Iowa makes it to the Elite 8. That's unheard of. So the Fulgaris 3 to send Florida packing, that was that has to be on there.
Yeah. Great job by Iowa. When you're battle tested throughout the season and you're facing the juggernauts, right? The Illinois, the Michigans, the Wisconsins for that matter throughout the season. And then that's the beauty of the tournament, that even if you're the third, fourth, fifth seed in your respective conference, if it's a tough one, you get to beat up on other squads that think they're good because, again, you've gone up against the best of the best, and I think Iowa did that. Florida was a team that I thought was going to make a deep run. I had them in my fictitious Final Four. they were there. And so I wasn't as bummed when they lost, but I would have been had that been the case. But I think half of America was when Iowa ended up taking them down, and they had a great showing. But that was definitely a huge moment, not just for Iowa and you, Kate. You beat my alumni, but also for the Big Ten, right? Validation when you're talking about your conference and how many teams are in the tournament. You always have to justify those sorts of things. And when a team like Iowa knocks off the number 1 seed, then, it's just cool. That's why I really want the Big Ten to win. I don't care if it's, it would have been Illinois or Michigan, but the Big Ten to win for the first time in a couple of decades, because it would just validate everything that's happening right now in the present, right? Best conference, most teams have upsets, and then ultimately you take down the behemoth that is UConn to win the national championship. That right there will be a bow on the cake. That's not the saying either. You put a bow on that one. That's the icing on the cake.
Icing on the cake. There we go. Yeah. It's been 26 years. 2000 was the last time a Big Ten team won the NCAA tournament. That was Michigan State. It has been quite some time. Like the Big Ten is, if you subscribe to the due theory, the Big Ten is due. And per Pete Thamel, here's another note. Michigan head coach Jesse May, he expects Yaxel Lendeborg to play tomorrow. So all the imaging came back clear, according to John Rothstein, on the knee of Lendeborg. So should be good to go. We have not heard anything new on Solo Ball. He's the UConn player that's got his has a sprained foot and is in a boot. So we'll keep an eye on any updated news on that. But Michigan should be with their best player tomorrow in Yaxel Lendeborg. The other, this is the moment of the tournament, I think so far, is Braylon Mullins, the three against Duke to win the game. One, UConn comes back from 19 down. Duke completely chokes that away. But that shot by a freshman to knock off the number 1 overall seed in that moment, that's going to be the highlight of the video for me.
That might be the anchor of the whole video when you're really thinking about it, right? I mean, this is a moment where Duke has the ball with an opportunity to just cap the whole thing. The turnover happens. The shot selection really is what should be highlighted in that moment, right? The passing up of, a hero moment for you, right? In order to get a better shot off and then to knock it down and to take down Duke. I mean, that, again, I think that's going to be the anchor moment right there for the whole entire package. And Duke, you saw how emotionally invested they were into that moment. They felt, just like most, that they were a team of destiny, to get there. Mm-hmm. And the Boozer twins, one of them knows they're not going to be there next year. So, they really wanted to pick that up. And I think that's one thing that college players also, especially in this NIL era, that these are kids that in every space they've been in, they've won. Right, whether it's AAU tournaments, their high schools, holiday tournaments. And so they're used to winning. It is embedded in them. And so when they go to college and they're on a top-tier team like Duke, the Boozer twins, they've played at the highest levels in their respective age groups. And now to get to their first year at Duke, make the run that they did, and then lose the way they did it, it's heartbreaking. It'll affect you. But, I mean, that's what ends up happening. That's the beauty of the tournament, okay? It's the beauty of the tournament. Blue Bloods bleed red. That's what you learn,
Unfortunately for Duke and the Blue Devils, that's been a pattern for them over the last couple tournaments, is choking away games. I mean, they did it last year, and then 2 years ago against NC State, last year to Houston. So you go to Duke to win a lot of games. You also go to Duke to apparently learn a lot of lessons in life late in the tournament with the losses there. Siena giving a Duke a run for their money. Also another, that was in the first round. Duke was down. I believe that was their largest deficit of the entire season, being down to Siena in that first half. Illinois to the Final Four for the first time since 2005. I forgot about the St. John's buzzer beater against Kansas to knock Kansas out. Like, that was huge. And the Rick Pitino, Bill Self matchup, that was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, that was great. St. John's, I thought they were going to have a better showing in the tournament. I know they would have loved a little bit of that. Darren Peterson in Kansas. I'm sure most people just were happy that saga was over, so they can now wonder what his NBA career is going to be like. The Illinois run to the Final Four, not that their path was easy, right? But they had a comfortable, outside of Houston, path there because they handled Houston. I think they were just one of those teams that was built properly to beat that Houston squad. When you're talking about depth and size and guard play from Keaton Wagler, all that kind of worked into it to itself. But the Illinois run to the Final Four, it was very, I don't want to say quiet, but it's almost as if everybody was just like, outside of the state of Illinois, right? They're just like, Illinois is there. That's cute. I don't think they're going to beat UConn. They're not better than Michigan or Arizona. But it was impressive, right? You made a lot of those guys made a name for themselves, and those that stick around next year definitely going to contribute to what could be a deep run in the NCAA tournament as well.
Well, that's what's fun about the tournament too, is especially like I just admitted that I hadn't followed college basketball as closely as the diehard college basketball fans going into the tournament, but you learn about so many of these players, and all of a sudden you have a list of names that going into next season, whether that be the NBA or college basketball, that you kind of have on your radar. And I feel like Illinois, some of those players stood out and are players that will be names going forward. The last one that we have, Gabe, is, I forgot about this, but Nebraska and Vandy, their OT thriller, but more so Nebraska winning their first NCAA tournament game ever. One, how have you not won a game ever? Two, congrats on winning your first game.
Shout out to Fred Hoiberg, former Chicago Bulls head coach. His son plays on the team, and, you know, he's famous. You tip your cap to guys like that can go back, you know, help out an organization, because that's what they are now. They are organizations now, and win and, you know, bring some joy to a college that is trying to get their football program back on track. And then you get a solid run from your basketball team. You pick up a victory, and it's so different, right? It's all about perspective. You can get knocked out late like Duke, and the narrative can be you always fumble the bag. Or, you know, you can get one victory, get knocked out, and it's, oh my God, this is the greatest thing that ever happened. Nebraska just got so it's all about perspective, and you know, you hope the best for Fred Hoiberg and what's going on there with the Cornhuskers.
I mean, maybe you even add the fact that the Cornhuskers only had 4 players on the court in the final seconds against Iowa, and that's what lost them the game there. Maybe that gets in the video. That was part of my one shining moment being an Iowa fan, because not the best there for the Cornhuskers. Not a good look, only putting 4 players on the floor.
Farmageddon is what I called that one. Farmageddon.
Yeah, it
Nebraska
was. That's a great name for that.
Yes,
Iowa, Nebraska. Yeah, our corn tastes better. That is our one shining moment. We'll wait and have to see on Monday night if which of these moments made the video. Coming up on the other side, an early Masters look. Masters doesn't start until next Thursday, but we're not on the air until next Sunday again. So we got to take a peek at what's going on in this Masters this year. Joe Passoff is going to join us to break all of that down. Coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
You know what March means for college hoops. Lock in for every game and make March your March moment when you bet with boosted odds. All you have to do, activate your odds boost token for any March matchup bet, and you're going to receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. This is how it works. Your March matchup odds boost token has already been dumped into your account, so you don't even have to opt in. We make it easy. Add a March matchup bet up to a specified amount and add it to your bet slip, activate the token, and then if you win your bet with that token activated, you'll score extra winnings. Head over to BetMGM to get in on that odds boost token. Still have plenty of national championship talk to get to throughout the show. But we also have the Masters coming up this week. Obviously starts on Thursday. The festivities get going early on in the week with the par 3 contest, all of that good stuff. So to help us break everything down, we bring in Joe Passoff. You can see his work at Links Magazine, veteran magazine editor. I mean, golf magazine, you name it. And Joe has likely been a part of it. Joe, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Before we get into golf, I know you are a proud Arizona alum. Are we doing okay this morning?
Yeah, I live in a one-story house, so no worries there. You know, it was awesome, truly, to get back to the Final Four after 25 years of disappointments. But, man, we just really had it handed to us. And, tip your cap to Michigan.
All right, getting into golf. I mean, yes, you do have to tip your cap to Michigan. Anytime you can get to the Final Four, though, you got to be fairly pleased about that. So I'm with you there. But getting into golf, a lot of noise surrounding Tiger Woods over the last couple of weeks. So we are not going to see Tiger in this Masters tournament, nor Phil Mickelson, but maybe the bigger of the two names is Tiger. Is this the first Masters where it kind of finally feels like we're in the post-Tiger era heading into the tournament?
Yeah, I think given the proximity to what happened to Tiger. The fact that we've learned more and more from the videos and so forth that he actually may well have been contemplating or, yes, I'm going to play. We saw him in action at TGL, the Indoor Golf League, and, it was a little tease. We all want to see Tiger back. However unrealistic it is to expect anything great from him in a big tournament such as the Masters, we still love having him there. And, yeah, it's a big letdown. There are larger aspects to Tiger's issues, obviously, but for Masters fans and golf fans, not having Tiger at the Masters, yep, big letdown.
It's got to be. It's got to be. I mean, obviously, that's a guy that boosts ratings, and but you got to play the game the right way. And I'm talking about the game of life there, Joe. By the way, I was a big Arizona fan at one point. Mike Bibby and I feel like we're long lost brothers, So I feel like somehow, some way, he and I are connected in that sense. So I'll be rooting a little bit for Arizona on the back end there. But speaking about obviously the Masters specifically, can you explain to us just like what makes Augusta National such a different test for these golfers outside of the other majors that are out there?
Yeah, I mean, typically we'd run into a situation with the U.S. Open or the PGA Championship where it was defined by narrower fairways. Just how good are you at finding a fairway when all that pressure was on with thick rough on both sides of the fairway and around the greens? The Masters was modeled originally more after St. Andrews in Scotland, more wide open, no thick rough. A lot of the challenge came from contours along the ground. And so instead of kind of bow and arrow golf, where you had to be really precise, the Masters venue, the golf course, would call for a lot of thinking, which really played into golfers that had a lot of experience there to figure out where is this ball going to go if I hit it here, and where do I need to leave it on the green as opposed to just hitting the green. So that's the fundamental difference between, say, the Masters venue, Augusta National, and where they play the other majors in the U.S.
Joe, in years past, I mean, thinking back to last year with Rory, Scotty the year before, John Rahm, I mean, you could not predict who's going to win, but you kind of had an idea of who is going into the tournament playing their hottest based on having won a couple tournaments prior to the start of the Masters. It feels like we don't necessarily have a player that matches that blueprint this year. Would you agree?
I will grant you that's a fair point. I won't agree with a couple of exclamation points, though. We are used to seeing our superstars, especially in Tiger's heyday, win some of the big Florida tournaments leading into the Masters. Maybe not so much Texas, but maybe the Players, Bay Hill at Arnold Palmer's tournament. And yeah, you didn't quite get that. You have some great champions, but not the biggest names in the sport, so to speak. But, it is curious. That's why I don't add the exclamation points. If you look at a guy like John Rahm, who won the Masters in 2023, and you don't hear a lot as much about John Rahm because he's toiling in relative obscurity on the LIV circuit. Well, you know what Rahm has done on LIV this year? Second place, first place, fifth place, second place. It means he's playing great. We just don't hear about it. So to an extent, Scotty, okay, he's not as dominant as he was in the first part of this year, but he's had a surprisingly good year. We just have such altered standards for him. And Rory is the bigger question mark right now. So you look at the folks that are leading the FedEx Cup standings, which are PGA Tour, and you're like Jacob Bridgman, Akshay Bhatia, like those aren't names that we're used to saying, oh yeah, these are the favorites coming into the Masters. So it's a little bit of a blend, not as strong from the game's biggest names, but they're lurking.
Yeah, and whether it's Scotty, whether it's Rory, whether it's Bhatia, as you mentioned, a lot of these guys talk about, when mentioning the Masters, about the intimidation factor. Joe. Why do you feel like Augusta does that to some of the biggest players? It exposes their nerves differently.
Yeah, I mean, partly because when you miss shots in the rough, typically the U.S. Open or PGA, I mean, there's nowhere to hide. You just can't get it out of the rough very easily, and you're going to just chalk up your bogeys. Well, Augusta, even though they've added a first cut over the last 10 years, you can still freewheel it. You can still smack your driver off virtually every tee if you want to. And so it's there for you. The back nine has birdie and eagle chances galore. And so the intimidation factor steps up because you're not quite sure what the wind is going to do to your approach shot at 11. You're not quite sure what it's doing on that little shot at the par 3 12th. And then, of course, you're going for the green at the par 5 13th and the par 5 15th. So there's just a little added pressure because you say, I do this in practice and in other golf courses all the time, but wow, what if the wind isn't doing what I'm thinking it's doing and the pressure gets to you and you know what a green jacket would mean. So I think that's a big part of the intimidation factor.
Joe Passoff, co-host at Backspin, the golf show, covered 18 Masters, contributor for Golf Magazine as well, been around the game a long time. Okay, so talking about that intimidation factor and the pressure, I mean, that was the big hump that Rory McIlroy had to get over, finally got over that last year. What do you expect to see from Rory this year? Is it the monkey off his back, he can play free, or maybe similar to what we've seen in the previous Masters prior to his win last year?
I have to straddle the fence on this one. It's a coin flip because earlier this year, I was doing our Links Magazine podcast, and in our crystal ball, looking at the majors, I picked Rory to win this Masters, feeling just like you did. Hey, the monkey's off his back. The pressure is off. He's got his career Grand Slam, finally got the Masters. There's nobody's golf game better suited to success at the Masters than Rory's. But wow, he just hasn't really done a whole lot since that Masters win. He's been involved in documentaries and the TGL League, battled a little bit of a back issue that hurt him at the Players' Championship. But the other three majors in 2025 were just so-so. This year's record, he hasn't won yet. Played really well, second place at Riviera for the Genesis. Won third place finish over in Dubai. But other than that, kind of indistinguished. So I feel like I do with most great Masters competitors is once they get back on the grounds, they remember how to do this. And everything becomes familiar. And yet the juices flow and you are ready to play great golf again. If I had to flip that coin and pick one side, it's that he's going to do really, really well at this Masters.
Joe, you've covered 18 Masters in your career, which is amazing. That's incredible. Few people get that type of vantage point. So I got a couple questions for you. One, I need to know your favorite memory throughout those 18 years. One has to stand out more than others. And the second one is you've obviously seen the course that many times. What's the one hole you think would be most advantageous for casual golf players? If you were to pick one hole that you think this would be the one that, if you play, this will make you happy if you played it, this one hole.
Gabe, that sounds good. The memory that stands out for me among the Masters that I did cover and was there for the entire tournament and had to write some deadline stories probably was one of my early ones, which was the 1997 Masters when Tiger won for the first time. Because he had just turned pro the previous fall. What a phenomenon. And, of course, after two rounds, he's paired with Colin Montgomery, and Colin Montgomery basically says, well, I don't know about his chances really because he doesn't know this place very well and he's never been in this position as a pro. Well, he dusted Montgomery and then dusted everybody else in the fourth round to win by $1 million, and just that started the whole Tiger Woods, phenomenon, basically. It was so exciting, and it was almost equally exciting to see the Augusta National employees just in ecstasy, being so excited because many of them are black, and to see Tiger come through at a club that had such a history of issues in that department.
Sure.
It was like the whole world had changed. So 1997 Tiger, and then for one golf hole to just take it all in, the par 5 13th. They've lengthened it about 3 times over the last 20 years. But if you or I were at the tee box and pop one out there into the fairway, and you're greeted with these tall pine trees, these banks of colorful azaleas all along the left side that line the creek, a creek that cuts in front of the green, and a little hillside in back with 4 beautiful big white bunkers. And you're basically saying this is heaven on a golf course. That would be one, because it's short enough where an average player can still reach in regulation and maybe get a birdie putt. But that would certainly be my pick for just greatness, is how it plays and how it looks for average golfers, as well as how much the pros love them.
I love it. Par 5, mark me down for a 14 on that one right there, Joe. I appreciate it.
Joe, last question for you here. About a minute left, so I know you're probably not going to be able to expand as much as you would like, but if we're looking at a dark horse candidate or two to win this year's Masters, what names would you throw out?
Yeah, a couple of interesting ones, and I'll be quick about it. I like Justin Rose, even though he's actually ranked 7th in the world. He's 45, and when he does make a cut, he somehow winds up like in the top 10 and just finished 2nd in a playoff to Rory last year. Sungjae Im, the Korean, tied for 4th at the Valspar in Tampa at Innisbrook. Great Masters record, including a 2nd place in 2020. And my last 2, Patrick Reed, love him or hate him, incredible Masters record, playing very well lately. And we always root for Jordan Spieth.
Yep. Jordan Spieth, he's had a rough go since his wins at the Masters, so I'm rooting for him as well. Joe, we appreciate you taking the time on this Easter Sunday. Enjoy the Masters upcoming this next week, and we will talk to you down the road.
Thanks, guys.
That is Joe Passoff, has covered 18 Masters tournaments. You can see his work, Golf Magazine, Links Magazine, pretty much anywhere you're reading about golf. Jordan Spieth is someone, Gabe.
BetMGM app. I opened up my BetMGM app. The 3 names he said, I'm like, okay, top 5 finish. Let me see. I'm like, let me try that. Can I parlay these 3 guys together? You love insider information like that. If you want to listen to somebody, you listen to Joe. That's what you got to do. Come on.
Well, he's covered 18 Masters. The guy knows what he's talking about. I mean, you threw out a question of, which hole. He knows every single hole on that course, probably better than some of these players even. So yeah, I would listen to the advice from Joe Passoff on who could potentially win the Masters this year. Got a fun week of golf coming up on the other side. We got to turn our attention back to the national championship game. We talked about it earlier on in the show. We got to talk about it some more. Michigan, UConn. Who's going to win and be cutting down the nets on Monday night? We'll tell you our thoughts next here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
good. Back home in Indiana, and Mullins maybe with the dagger.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Mullins, a couple big threes in the tournament. That one in the second half against Illinois, his only bucket in the second half, but a big, very timely three-pointer. Kevin Kugler and PJ Carlissimo on the call there for Westwood One. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressive.com. National championship coming up tomorrow night, Gabe. We have Michigan, who just dominated Arizona yesterday, and then UConn topping Illinois, not quite as dominant fashion as Michigan took care of the Wildcats, but still a very good win for UConn. And Hurley now finds himself playing for another national title, his third in 4 years. Right now, though, Huskies 6.5-point underdogs in this game, Gabe. Seems a little rich.
It's I already told you, put my money on the Huskies. But I'm telling you, my favorite bet of this whole thing right here is the over. Right? You got a team in Michigan that is putting up 90 points like no problems, like a Saturday stroll. And then UConn likes to play an up-tempo style game, and they have three-point shooters. So I think between the two, the over is just I don't know. I don't want to say take out your money, but I'm trying to take out some money to go ahead and lay that bet down. And then, there's some other ones out there, but the 6.5 to me is just, I don't know, national championship games, going to always typically coming down to free throws. I mean, they embarrassed Arizona, right, the Wildcats, and blowing them out by 20. But I don't know. Do you have any does anyone stand out to you more than the others here, Kate?
I mean, I think Michigan, watching them yesterday, they looked so dominant that it's hard to pick against them. But the caveat there is that UConn wins, and they know how to win in these moments. And Hurley's coached in these games before. Michigan 6-0 in championship games, a couple of those under Dan Hurley. Like, Hurley's 18-1 in his last 19 tournament games. The guy just knows how to win, and they thrive in that underdog type of spot. Not that they're underdogs a whole lot throughout the season, but when they are in these big time games, like, Dan Hurley knows how to motivate his players. And it sounds like this solo ball injury, a sprained ankle, he's been seen in a walking boot today. Hurley, apparently, from what I've seen on Twitter so far, and take that for what you will, it doesn't seem that Hurley is all that concerned about solo ball being in a boot. So I'm taking the Huskies plus the 6.5. We talked earlier. I mean, can they win outright? Yeah, they can. Especially if Yaxel Lindeborg is not 100%. It looks like he is going to be going tomorrow, so he'll be on the floor. But just because you're on the floor doesn't mean you are the same type of player as you have been all season long. So I think that's also an evening of the playing field a little bit in terms of the talent. But I got to go Huskies and Dan Hurley here.
I think what else that affects is Terrace Reed, right? You're looking at his over-under right now sitting right around 15 points.
Mm-hmm.
Lock me in for that, right? Especially if
Over?
Luxembourg's hurt. Especially if Lindenberg's hurt. Lock me in for the over. Less bodies to be able to throw at him. I mean, they're going to have to go to him to be a force. And so whether it's at the free throw line or whether it's scoring buckets in the paint, to me, that's one that I could feel comfortable on. Even if you went down to, I'd say 15. Pencil me in for that one. Lindenborg is over-unders. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. What's Lindeborg?
It's sitting right at 15 as well. And you mentioned Ball earlier. Solomon Ball's at 11. I mean, there's prop bets you can, pencil in where you might feel good about it, right? If you're not necessarily sure, if you don't want to take the points for UConn, you're saying, you know what, I think it's going to be UConn, but I don't want to lose. If Michigan clearly the dominant team, find yourself some nice prop bets. Could be the over-under that I was telling you earlier, right? Trying to find some logic for that there.
Yeah. Do you have, I'm trying to pull it up here. My computer's being very slow, but do you have Mullins, his 3-point prop or his points prop at all? Braylon Mullins for UConn?
3-point prop they're giving you by individual. So, to make 240, to make 3, plus 130. So, there's money out there. Points for Mullins right now, it's looking over under at 13. Give me three 3-pointers and a couple free throws.
I know.
See, I'm a
and
sucker. Kate, you know me. I'll parlay all these things together and just make a ridiculous one that'll lose by one leg. So just the key here is, if you're listening to me on the show, the key is to figure out which one's the loser, right? I'm going to give you a lot of winners, but when you want to parlay them all together, you just got to figure out which one's the one that's going to be the one that you can complain about to your girlfriend that she's going to, while she's ignoring you.
Gabe, this one of the very first times that we worked together, this is something that you taught me, is you pay attention to the inflection in the voice when people are talking about their bets, because they might give out 4 or 5 bets, but you can always tell that one that they feel the most strongly on, and that's the one that you have to hold on to.
Yes.
What's
been that one for me, Kate?
What I'm hearing from you
what's been my bet?
Is UConn money line.
Oh, I did.
UConn money line or UConn with the points? I know you're on UConn. I know you like UConn in this game. You don't think this is going to be a blowout like it was Michigan, Arizona?
Who's the best player on the floor? Who's going to be the best player on the floor? The answer is Terrace Reed. That's the answer.
Okay. All right.
He's going to be the most imposing individual that's out there. He might not score the most, but he's going to affect the game the most, whether offensively, defensively. Like, he is going to affect the game. So, to me, that's where you lean on there. He can slow down the pace of the game as well, right? If it starts to get out of control, slow it down, right? But we know they want to play an up-tempo style, but he at least gives you that option, and he can run the floor well. So, to me, I don't know. I lean in that favor. I look at Michigan, and again, national championship game, haven't won in decades. You know, it's a lot of pressure, right?
There's more pressure on Michigan than there is UConn.
Yes. You got to go into the psyche of this game. So if you feel good about that, you say, give me UConn in the points. I feel strongly about the over. I think this will be a high-scoring game. And you know, then you tag in a little Terrace Reed, 15 points. You got yourself a little parlay there. Now, again, the key is find out which one is wrong. Right? That's the key there. I don't know.
Because we never hit every leg in a parlay. That's too hard to do.
No. I wouldn't be on the show right now, Kate. I wouldn't be here talking to you if I hit a bunch of these parlays, okay?
Exactly. We would be at the game, maybe. The other factor in this one, and you talked about it, is the tempo, is that UConn wants to play really slow. And I think teams that like to play slow, the tempo favors them more because they're able to muck the game up a little bit more. I mean, even going back to like Iowa against Florida, like Iowa was physical and they slowed the game down, and that messed with Florida. Where Michigan, they're top 25 in tempo in the nation, so they want to play fast. So if you kind of can force the Wolverines to play at their pace, force them into turnovers, like that's another recipe right there for some success. So I guess the consensus between the two of us, we like the Huskies.
Yeah. And I got to be honest, you know, when you're looking at this game, this is ultimately what you want, right? You want two teams, right? The one that's been there has the potential to create history in one way, right? Winning 3 championships in 4 years. Of course, we're talking about the UConn Huskies. Then Michigan, you know, being the first team in the Big Ten to win it in 20 some odd years, to put themselves right in the record books of the Go Blue people that are out there that I see so much on the streets of Chicago. So it's just a good game, and I think we're all going to be locked in to watch this one. But I think the Huskies going to take this one. I think they're Huskies and the over. Lock it in for me. I'm gonna do it during the commercial break, Kate. Don't worry about me.
The over, maybe a little Terrace Reed action, whether that points, rebounds, something like that. That's what we're going with here on BetMGM Game Day. He is Gabe Ramirez. I am Kate Constable. Coming up on the other side, we'll get the expert opinion from Brian Butch, Big Ten analyst, former Wisconsin Badger. He's going to help us break down this game in more depth. On the other side, stick with us here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Dave Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you on Westwood One Sports. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day. We're going to talk to Brian Butch, Big Ten analyst, former Wisconsin Badger. He knows a thing or two about, well, these Big Ten teams. The one Big Ten team left, that is Michigan, but also has covered the tournament for quite some time. So, Brian, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. The Big Ten, a lot of teams in the tournament. They've had a great showing so far. They haven't won a title since 2000 when Michigan State was cutting down the nets. We now have Michigan one win away from snapping that streak for the Big Ten. Are they able to get it done tomorrow night against UConn?
I think they are, guys. I think this team, they've got their depth is what separates them. When you look at this game, the thing that does scare me a little bit now, when you look at Michigan and the losses that they've had, the one loss they had to Wisconsin early in January, Wisconsin's bigs drilled a bunch of threes. And Alexis Belauskas, I like to say, had an out-of-body experience. You're going to have that a little bit. Wisconsin then took them to the last play in the Big Ten tournament, but Austin Rapp had a out-of-body experience. Purdue, they made it a half-court game, and it was all about pace. Now, I think that's what UConn can do, and that's the point. Part of this game that scares me a little bit for Michigan is this game is 100% about pace. Can Michigan get out and run and play at the tempo that they want to play? Or is UConn able to slow down this game, make this a half-court game? If they're able to do that, I think it's going to be a close game. I still think Michigan is so deep, they're so big, that even in a half-court game, Michigan wins. But if I'm UConn, the only way that I think that there's a chance is I've got to control the pace of this game. There's no question about it.
And, of course, Dan Hurley's going to be responsible for that and seeing how that thing is going to play out, or at least trying to impact that, Brian. I had the conversation earlier with Kate. We were trying to discuss who is going to be the best player on the floor because, as you know, a lot of times, more often than not, that team is going to end up on top. In your mind, right, former McDonald's All-American, when you watch these two teams and obviously you see the talent that's there, who will be the best player on the floor?
Yeah, and that's such a tough question because I think you look at Ademar, what he's been able to do. He's been such an X factor in what they're trying to accomplish. Just the way that he's able to guard the opponent's best player. Offensively, when he needs to turn it on, he's able to turn it on. So, I mean, there's a lot there. We've talked about Elliot Cadeau and what he can do. UConn has elite players as well. You look at Reed and how elite he's been in the front court for this UConn team. But to me, I look at this. I don't know if it's going to be who's going to be the front, who's going to be the best player, because it's going to be who's the guy in the moment. Like nobody thought Marlon was going to take over yesterday at the level that he did. We all thought he'd have an impact on the game, but we didn't think, or at least I didn't think, he was going to do what he did. So I think there's going to be a guy that steps up Monday night, and it's going to be so the answer to this question, long answer to it, is who has more guys that can be the guy. That's Michigan, right? Like I think Michigan has more guys that can be the guy versus UConn. UConn has guys that can make plays, but as far as the number, as far as who has more guys, right now it's Michigan and what they're trying to do.
Brian, a great run for Illinois this season, making it to a Final Four. What went wrong for them yesterday against the Huskies?
Yeah, I just thought that was a game where both teams wanted to play physical. There was a lot of whistles early on, which then really the game got a little, it got a little herky-jerky. And I think that took Illinois out of what they wanted to get into. And this is a team that wants to get in, wants to be physical. And I thought that was taken away from them at times. And I just, to be honest, like, close game, they missed a lot of layups. They missed a lot of easy bunnies. And I thought that was a part where, overall, they couldn't find their flow offensively against that UConn team. And that made it very difficult for Illinois to get into anything else. And I think that was the biggest thing. I thought Illinois and what they wanted to do, they needed to get out. I thought defensively they were better when they kind of found and fit into the flow of the game. But overall, I just thought that offensively, they couldn't find their flow at all. And I thought that really hurt them down the stretch.
Yeah, they made that run early in the first half, but UConn just battled back, and it's exactly what they do, right? Continue to put pressure on you, and they'll do that in the championship game. Brian, my question for you is more about the psyche of these players heading into this last one, right? Obviously UConn has some, not the team itself, but the coach, the college has the pedigree there. Michigan, built their path there this entire season. But what do you feel like is different about, a national championship game and what's needed, mentally to prepare for it compared to every other NCAA game that they're playing throughout a season?
Well, I think there's two things. We already heard this with Hurley. It's us against the world. We're the underdogs. Well, they're 7.5-point underdogs, so he's going to use that again. Nobody thinks we can do that. That's the messaging that UConn's going to use today and tomorrow until tip. Nobody thinks we can do it. Where you've got Michigan that says from the beginning, we're going to work on our April habits. And Dusty's been great with this. I was on the call for their first exhibition game, Michigan versus St. John's. And I watched that game as I called it, and I just said, this team is different. Their approach is different. Their thought process is different. Their talent level is different. And overall, that's what they've done. They've approached this season for Monday night. And I think that's been the mentality that this Michigan team had. I said it in January when I jumped on a couple of different fields of 68s and I called a couple of Michigan games. I flat out said, this team is the best team in the Big Ten, and it's the best team in the country. And people looked at me and said, wow, that's a pretty bold statement in January. And I said, but it's just their approach. It's the everyday approach of Michigan. So this, to me, is not something different that Michigan's going to look at. That being said, it's not going to be different for UConn either, because their approach of us being the underdogs has been something that Hurley has used time and time again. And you look at how they've approached it. They understand what it is. Both these coaches are elite. Both these guys have known what to tap into to get their groups ready. And that's why Monday night, like I said, it's 7. But that's why Monday night, I think we're going to have a great game, because you're going to have the toughness and the physicality of UConn versus Michigan and what they're trying to do. They bring a different type of physicality because of the way that they're able to switch, the physicality around the rim. That's something that most teams haven't prepared for, because you can't prepare for a 7-4 Adai Mara. Like there's nothing you can do to prepare for that. So that's where the physicality is a little bit different for Michigan on their side of the ball.
We're talking to Brian Birch, former McDonald's All-American for Wisconsin and an analyst over at the Big Ten Network. Brian, John Rothstein tweeted that Dusty May told reporters that Michigan's Yaxel Lenderberg, all the imaging came back clean on his knee, his ankle. He's expected to play Monday. I don't know about you, but watching him return to that game yesterday in the second half, he was not moving like he typically does. Do you buy that he's going to be healthy and ready to go on Monday night? It's likely we see him on the floor, but is he going to be the same player that we've seen all season long?
There's one thing that I know I'm never going to bet against him because of what he's done all year long. I think he will be. I just think based on the way that there's very few people in the world that have the physical attributes that Yaxel has as far as the way that his body's built, the type of athlete he is, what he's able to do. So I put him in the category of, yeah, I expect him to be himself. I expect him to play really well. To me, he's a guy that heals at a different rate than most when you just look at what he's able to do on his body and handle it. So I think he's going to be out there. I think he's going to play at the level that we're all expecting him to play at, to be honest.
Brian, I'm a big fan of matchups. That's important to me when I'm looking at these games. And you're a big that played at a high level. When you look at Terrence Reed, I just really like what he's done in this tournament. Talk to me about what you've seen from him and maybe what he can take with him to the next level.
Yeah, the biggest thing is it's his hips. He creates angles. I think that's the biggest thing. He's got a big body, but he knows how to use his body. There's so many players right now in college that are big, but they don't understand what they're doing. Reed and how he's able to create angles with his hips really gives him an advantage. So not only is he able to use the big body, he's able to seal, he's able to create that space so that when a double team comes, it's usually too late. Because of the hips and the way that he's able to turn and catch and go, it saves him time. And because the time is saved, it doesn't allow the double team to come over. And because of that, now all of a sudden, the post moves that he's getting and the moves that he's making in general, he's able to score a lot better. And I think that's the biggest thing with it. Now, the question that I have for tomorrow night, is he going to be able to create enough space with his hips to take away the length of Michigan? Because that's the one thing. As a big, defensively, you might give up the angle, but if you're tall enough and you're big enough, that'll take that extra time that people have gathered. And I think that's the biggest thing that I look at with that matchup in general and all of Michigan's picks. I think it's very intriguing. I think that matchup, when you look at this in general, that's the one that I look at first because so much of what both of these teams want to do is in the paint. But then the other matchup is going to be Elliot Cadeau. I thought Elliot was fantastic. I thought he was phenomenal Saturday night. He's got to be elite again. That's the one area of concern that I have for this Michigan team is what if Elliot Cadeau gets in foul trouble? What if he doesn't play at that level with LJ Kazin getting injured with that ACL? Now, Michigan's found ways to do it with their depth, but that's one that I look at and say, okay, that might be an area that if I'm a Michigan fan and it early on goes that way, I might get a little nervous.
Brian, Gabe and I were talking earlier about Dan Hurley and just the psycho that he is and how we love it. I mean, like there's no other way to put it. Hurley is a psycho.
You're telling our secrets,
but
Kate, but you're true.
Coaches just are, and Hurley is the epitome of one. And he's entertaining. He's fun to watch. But then you have Dusty May, who has a completely different kind of demeanor to him. Who has the coaching matchup? Who does that favor tomorrow night?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, you have to lean Hurley just based on what he's done here the last couple of tournaments. But the one thing with my interactions with Dusty is Dusty's intentional in everything he does, from their shoot-arounds to their practices to everything that he says. I have not met a coach that is more intentional in what he's trying to achieve every single day, every single moment. So, a great example is 2 years ago, I had a chance to call one of their games against Minnesota. I sat in their shoot around and, I'm starting to pick his brain a little bit. He was diving in numbers and charts and stuff. And so I said, well, what do you guys use and how do you approach it? And, he brought it up to me and we sat down, we chatted for like an extra 20 minutes. The bus was leaving and me and Dusty were still chatting. We were nerding it out, like I like to say, talking hoops, getting into all of it. But everything through that conversation I've had with him, and then since, everything he does, there's a purpose to it. So I think when you look at that, obviously the advantage, you go Hurley just because of the tournament success and what he's done here recently. It's been remarkable, but not by a lot, because Dusty and the way that his approach has been, especially with this group all year long, he's known what he wants, he knows what he has, and then he's taken advantage of it. I think that's been the biggest thing is this group, they have a couple of hiccups, but not a lot, and it's taken some really crazy things for them to lose.
Have you ever seen a coach that's playing in the second game of the Final Four out on the floor, essentially scouting that first game like Dusty May did yesterday? Because I don't think he went into his locker room until there was about 8 minutes left in the second half. I've never seen anything like that.
So I haven't seen anything like that either, but I also haven't seen in the Big Ten tournament this year. I saw Dusty do the same thing. So I wasn't surprised by it, to be honest. I was calling the game for Wisconsin basketball on the radio side of it, and Dusty was sitting right in front of us. And I was like, I don't know how often. Now, I've seen the assistant coaches all the time. The assistant coaches will be there all the time scouting before in those situations. So it's not a unique thing to have, coaches from the coaching staff do that. It is a unique thing for the head guy to do that. And I think that's what got the headline. But like I said, 3 weeks ago, he was doing it in the Big Ten tournament. And he was scouting that, with the Wisconsin game, Wisconsin-Illinois game. He was scouting that game. Wisconsin beat Illinois. Wisconsin played them in the Big Ten tournament in the semis. So for me, as much as, like I said, that was a big deal for the national news because, CBS kind of made it a big deal, which they should have, because we've never seen that. It's something that Dusty has done a couple of different times in tournament play. Now I know it's just the Big Ten tournament, but he's done that before, which was really unique. Again, and that's where I go back to it, guys. The intentionality of what he does. Like, there is a reason he did that. It's to set a tone to his guys. It's to send the message that we're playing on Monday. And I thought it was brilliant. I also thought him, the biggest thing that I took away from the CBS, broadcast was, we took him and we shot inside the football stadium. Like, I thought that was brilliant. Again, intentional for everything that he's doing, because sightlines are such a big deal. When I played at Wisconsin, we were at the Sweet 16. We played in Ford Field. It takes time to adjust to those sightlines. It just does. So again, I think that's just one of those things when you talk about two elite coaches, both have a vision, both have a plan, both know what they want to tap into for their groups, and they've both led these guys to a great game on Monday night that's ahead of us.
That it is, and I know you're a real hooper, because that's all real hoopers talk about is sight lines in different gyms when they got to figure out what's behind them while they're shooting the shot over there, Brian. So I know
we
that's.
We need an excuse for who we missed. That's the only reason.
Fair enough.
Hey, Coach, the sidelines off. That's why I missed.
Don't mess me.
15, Coach. Like, don't worry, I'll make the 16. Don't worry.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, you cover the Big Ten, and they would say you could say they had success in this tournament. One, was it shocking to you, and speak to the success of the Big Ten and the amount of teams that got a fair amount of wins?
Yeah, it was not shocking. I've covered this league a lot. Saw it, like I said, Big Ten Network, but then I worked for Learfield and Wisconsin Radio. So I've seen everybody. Did not surprise me. I thought Iowa could have easily been a second weekend team if they had the right matchup. I did not see that matchup being against Florida, that's for sure. I didn't think that was the case. But I thought based on the way that they play, they could do that. I thought Nebraska could put it together because of the way that they guard. They guard in such a unique way that most teams don't see that. So when you get it in a one game, I thought the rest of the league in the Big Ten kind of got used to what Nebraska was doing, and that's why you saw other teams have success. Illinois, I thought, had so much talent, and they could get away with it. We all knew what Michigan was. Thought Michigan State was good. To be honest, and I know I said do the Wisconsin rate, I thought Wisconsin could have made a deep run to a Sweet 16 as well. Obviously, they run to High Point, and High Point makes a bunch of really clutch shots down the stretch. Otherwise, I think we're talking about Wisconsin being in the Sweet 16, because I just think, what they could have done against Arkansas overall. So I did see this. But here's the thing, guys. It's been since 2000. it doesn't matter what has happened in this tournament. If Michigan does not win the national championship, the narrative still is in the Big Ten, they can't get it done. So this win for Michigan Monday is huge for the Big Ten, and it has to happen because the narrative needs to change for the league, because I think the league and what it's done has been fantastic. You look at what they've done, you look at the statement they've made in this tournament, all that's great, but if Michigan doesn't finish it, it's still been since 2000, right? So like that, and that's too long for a league that's too good.
Brian, 15 seconds here. Give us a final score prediction for Monday night.
Well, since it's been 90, I'm going to go 90, 91. You got to stick with it.
That's what I said. I told everybody to bet the over. I'm like, look, if they score 90, they can get there.
I'm going to stay with it, all right? You got to give me tough. I'll do this. They're still not going to get there, but I'm going to say it's going to be 85-81 Michigan.
Love it. Close game. That's all we can ask for is something good Monday night. Brian, appreciate you taking the time as always. Enjoy the game tomorrow. We will talk to you down the road.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
That is Brian Butch of Big Ten Network, former Wisconsin Badger All-American, with the breakdown for Michigan and UConn. He likes the Huskies cutting down the nets tomorrow night. On the other side, we've got some NFL talk, some mock drafts that have been updated. Who's picking who and where are they going? We'll talk about that next here on BetMGM Game Day with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. headlines and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Head over to BetMGM. Cavender twins are facing off in the Court of Legends game, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Just 3 easy steps here to get that done. Opt into the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. And if the twin that you select wins the game, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. That's over at BetMGM as we wrap up March Madness on Monday night, Michigan and UConn. We just talked to Brian Butch of the Big Ten Network in our previous segment. So if you are listening online, want to go back and take a peek at that segment, you can do so on YouTube. But Gabe, we do need to touch on the NFL a little bit. We've been a fairly light NFL show today, which, you know, football typically is king, but maybe not when you have a national championship 24 hours away. But the draft is at the end of the month, so we're nearing that, and draft boards are starting to materialize a little bit more and match each other, you know, all the various insiders and whatnot. They're starting to, it feels like, start to agree on some things. The one thing that we've all agreed on since the college football season ended is that Fernando Mendoza is going number 1 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, in your, just check it, in your mind, that's a no-brainer as well, correct?
Shout out to the Cuban, Fernando Mendoza. Shout out to the Spanish speaking at his Heisman Award ceremony. Love it all.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins being there, I mean, obviously, they're still going to take him. Tom Brady is going to say, I want Kirk there, while Fernando Mendoza could just chill out and become great. And, But yes, that one's a lock. No doubt about that one.
What do you think about the Kirk Cousins going over there? Because we've seen young quarterbacks be thrust into the starting roles, and some of them have a lot of success. Jayden Daniels in his first year. Drake May was great in his first year. Caleb Williams struggled a little bit, great in his second year. But we also have seen, like, Jordan Love sitting behind Aaron Rodgers for a while. Patrick Mahomes sitting for a couple of years in Kansas City. Like, you don't sign Kirk Cousins to this type of deal and give him this guaranteed money if you're not planning on starting him, right?
I think it'll be in everyone's best interest if that happens, right? Kirk Cousins being able to start again in the league after being demoted in Atlanta, being able to prove, like most wily veterans in their 40s, that they could still get the job done. It's good for the Las Vegas Raiders because they have a true veteran leader, someone that's been there and won games in the NFL to show, right, Fernando Mendoza how to play the game. And then it helps Fernando Mendoza, right, to just sit there and watch and learn and not have that immediate pressure on you. Listen, you know, no surprise here. We're in Chicago, and when it comes to Caleb Williams, his first couple seasons with the Bears, I remember a game vividly where they were playing the Panthers, and Bryce Young was able to, after a bad series, he went to the bench and they showed him talking to Andy Dalton. And I just remembered Caleb Williams had his own 3 and out and went back to the bench, and they showed him, and he was by himself. And so just having a guy there to just talk to, right, just to see things differently. And so Fernando Mendoza can talk to Kirk Cousins after a game that he starts the entire season, has the opportunity to pick his brain. Why did you do this? Right? I might have thought this. And I think like anything, whether it's the job you work at, right, or if you're a quarterback in the NFL, you don't necessarily need to duplicate your mentors, right, and try to replicate it, I should say. You should be trying to pluck things from everybody you're in a room with, right? And Fernando Mendoza will be able to do that on a completely different level by picking somebody's brain in Kirk Cousins that's right there for him. So I think it's beneficial for everyone. And again, and if Kirk Cousins plays well, and if they do want to pass the mantle to Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins will have then played himself into, yet again, another contract. May we all be so fortunate to make the money, and, you know, relatively speaking, that Kirk Cousins has made in his profession with the amount of work that's been done there. Kudos to his agent.
See, Gabe, this is why I love working with you. Like, I have a chance to pick your brain for all these things, Brady. You've been doing this a whole lot longer than I have. Yes. So it's the exact same thing. And yeah, I credit Kirk Cousins. 11 straight seasons of guaranteed money. I mean, he knows how to do it. And Fernando, when Gabe gets the spoon out, for those not watching on YouTube, Gabe's had this plastic spoon in his hand, basically the whole show. And when the spoon comes out and you see it, you know Gabe's being passionate about something. And so far, that's been Terrace Reed props. What was one of the White
sure
Sox?
A spoon guy. For sure, a spoon topic right there. Mune Murakami,
yep.
for sure.
Right. Fernando Mendoza, though, and Kirk Cousins also, they seem like similar personalities where that could be a very good marriage there in Las Vegas. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic had an article about the Cowboys potentially wanting to trade up with the Cardinals for the number 3 pick and take David Bailey, an edge rusher, to boost their defense, because we know the defense hasn't been great. You traded away Micah Parsons. You couldn't get Max Crosby in a trade. So now Jerry Jones wants to go ahead and move up to the number 3 pick with the Cardinals. You see that being a realistic option, or a good option rather, for the Cowboys game?
Not if you're a good general manager, right? When you're looking at this draft, what's the narrative that's been following it? That the position that is one of the most deepest is the edge rusher position. So if you're going to jump from 12 to 3, you have to give up a hefty amount of draft capital in that sense. And for a team that really is trying to round itself out, you need those picks. And so, who you can get, if you can get a Reuben Bain Jr. at 12, why not just settle in there and get maybe, a guy that's still in that first tier, what one would call a blue chipper in that space. So I think, to me, if I'm the Cowboys, you got to get better. You're going to need more bodies in the door. It's almost like minor league baseball where you got to get more guys so that you can hit on someone. And so to me, giving up draft capital, if you're them boys, no, I know they have to fix their defense. That there's no doubt about that. Matt Eberflus on his way out. Shouldn't have got a job right after getting fired by the Bears. Should have just sat on the sidelines for a bit, but he wanted to take on the challenge. And when you're losing, Micah Parsons, that's a hell of a challenge. And so, the next defensive coordinator gets the opportunity to revamp it a bit, and I don't think they should put the pressures on them of trading up, getting a guy, that uncertain in David Bailey, like whether, and again, everything's a crapshoot. Everything's a crapshoot in the first round, but I wouldn't do it. What about you? You would give up the draft capital? You think they're going to pull the trigger on that?
No, I think it's silly. I mean, you just gave up Micah Parsons, and now you're going to move up in the draft and give up that type of draft capital to draft, sure, a younger player, but the same position. And I mean, this article by Bruce Feldman said that the proposed trade details a number 12 pick in the first round and then a 3rd round pick. I feel like it's got to be more than that. If you are moving up to the first round, like sometime like a 2nd round pick versus a 3rd. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head what all the Cowboys have to trade, but I mean, something like that, where I don't know if the Cardinals necessarily go for their 1st round pick and a 3rd round pick for the number 3 pick in a draft that's pretty deep.
I got a trade for you that I think could happen that isn't necessarily out there. I don't see any rumors for it, so to speak, but I really feel that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to trade up to go ahead and get Jeremiah Love. And let me tell you why. A lot of people feel like maybe the Giants might take him. Other team maybe I've seen mock drafts with the Commanders taking him. I think the Kansas City Chiefs, we talked about this a lot during the show, right? Where you were at in your spectrum as an organization. Whereas once the Chiefs were able to and will continue to lean on Patrick Mahomes, I think they understand, especially with the impending departure of Travis Kelce, they need to make his job easier. Right. And that once was the job of Travis Kelce. Get rid of the ball to him, let him do his thing. Now I think they understand that maybe we can do the Philadelphia Eagles thing and get our own Saquon Barkley, right? Get a guy that could be our ultra back, our Bijan Robinson, so that way we can take some snaps off of the legs of Patrick Mahomes. And think about it. Kansas City Chiefs, do they really need their 1st round picks in the next couple of seasons if they got Patrick Mahomes and Jeremiah Love? So that's one that I think that, remember, they traded up to get Patrick Mahomes. Don't forget. They know when they want something, they'll go out and get it, right? If it's in front of their face. And to be at number 9 which is a place that they rarely find themselves in the last several seasons. You got to take full advantage of those moments. And I think their front office is one that could potentially pull a trigger on that. If just
Do you think that happens even with Kenneth Walker? I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot they have Kenneth Walker on their roster.
Yes. It's,
this
remember
year.
that. Yeah. Listen, you got it. You. It's a 2-bag league. Kenneth Walker was one that lived it in Seattle, and they also understand that they need depth. Right. Look at last year, how many running backs they went through, and they tried, duct tape on a punctured inflatable. Damn, I'm killing them with the sayings today.
Yeah, we are.
I'm killing them with the sayings today. But what I'm saying is I can definitely see it happening. Even so, I'm telling you, they want to make his life easier. And that is another way to do it right there. I'm telling you.
Well, especially with Mahomes coming back from a very serious injury last season. I know he wants to be ready to go at the start of the year. Is that really going to happen? If you have Justin Fields playing a couple games early on in the year, you're going to want some of those specialty players being able to lean on there. So I don't hate the idea necessarily, Gabe, whatsoever. Any other draft talk that you want to get to before we head to break and wrap up the show on the other side? I'm still going through a lot of my draft stuff, Gabe, but I know the Chicago Bears, you talk about a lot on the Chicago lead. What do you want the Bears to do?
Yes. I mean, I want Ryan Poles to stick to his guns and draft best available, right? You've heard it a lot, and whether that's, the second best offensive lineman, right? When you put that up against, people want the Bears to draft an edge, but if 5 edges are off the board at that point, is the 6th best edge better than the second best linebacker? I'm not necessarily sure about that. Is the best safety still there, right? So there's multiple needs for the Chicago Bears team. You're looking at the linebackers. Obviously, they moved on from Tremaine Edmonds. TJ Edwards dealing with his fibula fracture. They get Devin Bush, but you could still go there to get youthful. Cornerback position. You moved on from Nashawn Wright. You let him sign somewhere further low. Tyreek Stevenson's on the last year of his deal. You could go cornerback. You still need a defensive end. Let's not forget Ozzie Trapillo and his knee situation. Braxton Jones is your starting left tackle right now. You could use someone on the line. So again, what I want them to do there is to hold true to that statement that we are going to take the best available. And if that ends up being someone it needs to be someone that's a starter, Kate. That's what it has to be. Someone that's going to start on the Bears. Pick that player, and I'm going to be all for it. But if you're going depth, I think we're a little past that now. I think we're about shaping your team into what it needs to be. That's where I think the Bears are at. And
the spoon is out once again. Gabe Ramirez, passionate about the topic. He's got the spoon back out.
Because let me tell you why, Kate. Because you got to let Ryan Poles cook. And in order, he might need to stir the pot with the spoon. See?
You do. Bears have a lot of holes to fill, and it's a pretty good draft. So us Chicago fans hoping that something comes together for the Bears in the upcoming draft at the end of the month. We're going to wrap up the show on the other side with our 3 stars of the show. That's coming your way next. BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. And hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Wrapping things up, Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports, BetMGM Game Day. We've got our 3 stars of the day coming your way. Had 3 rather great guests on the show today, breaking down the Masters, the NCAA National Championship Monday, and what's going on in the NBA. We'll hear from them in just a second. But Gabe, Chris and I always give out a best bet at the top of this segment, and we've talked a lot about the bets that we like in the National Championship game. I have a feeling that's where you will go for your best bet today.
Yes, I don't want to bore you with my Bulls side prop bets now that the game has started against the Suns. So, no, I'm telling you.
With Giddey out, Buzelis out, Nick Richardson out.
Yeah.
Basically everyone out for the Bulls today.
Yeah. 3 minutes in, they haven't scored a bucket yet. But I will say this. UConn, Michigan, there will be a lot of buckets in that one, Kate. You heard Brian talk about it earlier. He predicted 85-81. That's crushing the over right there. And this is a guy that covers the Big Ten all season long. And so I don't know. I think this will be a game where you're going to need to score in order to take home the national championship. I think UConn understands that as well. Free throws are always at a premium in these kinds of games, giving you the extra little buckets. So I'm gonna say the over 144.5 on the national championship game. That's my bet right there.
All right. I like it. I can get on board with that with you. I am going to go with UConn to cover. 6.5 at BetMGM right now. There were 7.5 floating out there earlier this morning. Obviously, if you can get a 7.5, you can, that would be the better of the two. But 6.5 right now over at BetMGM. This segment sponsored by Progressive. Commercial insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. There is also no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, the college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. All you have to do is simply place a sports bet, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prizes. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, and then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary with the Cavender twins. All right, our 3 stars of the day, the 3 best moments of the show, and we will start with number 3.
When you miss shots in the rough, typically the U.S. Open or PGA, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. You just can't get it out of the rough very easily, and you're going to just chalk up your bogeys. Well, Augusta, even though they've added a first cut over the last 10 years, you can still freewheel it. You can still smack your driver off virtually every tee if you want to. And so it's there for you. The back 9 has birdie and eagle chances galore. And so the intimidation factor steps up because you're not quite sure what the wind is going to do.
That was Joe Passoff. He has covered 18 Masters. You can see his work, Golf Magazine, Golf Links, pretty much anywhere you read about golf. But on the intimidation factor of Augusta, Gabe, because the Masters tees off Thursday, and playing Augusta, one of the toughest courses, both, from a physical standpoint in terms of what the course has, and then also just the mental aspect of this is the Masters and Augusta.
I just love it when I hear, I think it was Jim Nance was talking about an average golfer would shoot like 130 or something like that on the course.
Yeah, exactly.
He was pointing out how the biggest thing, he was like, why? Like, what is it? He's like, well, the biggest thing is, everybody plays golf, but few people play golf while thousands of people are staring at you, right? Where your fairway that you're trying to hit it onto is not trees in the sides to the left and the right, it's humans. And so that pressure adds a couple of strokes on there. So I get the intimidation factor, and everybody wants to wear that green jacket at the end of the day, right, Kate?
Nothing better than the green jacket. Our number 2 star for today.
2.
This is what I'm saying. Like, in a couple weeks, we're going to forget about all this. I mean, if you need to know the attention span of NBA fans, literally just look at the MVP race. Like, wire to wire, I think Shea's been the guy. I would willingly entertain the Wemby conversation just because he's a specimen unlike I think we've ever seen. Minute to minute, his impact is insane. He's probably going to be considered the best defender ever, arguably. I think the argument will be had by in a couple of years, frankly. Like, I don't think it will take long. This dude, you just have to watch him to see how much he strikes fear in people. So, like, I'll entertain Wemby in the MVP conversation, but going back to the attention span, like, people are talking about, like, Luka and while his last month was incredible, people are just so short-sighted. And
that was Joe Lorenzi, who covers the Chicago Bulls for The Athletic, cover OKC for a little while. Just the attention span of NBA fans. And Gabe, we talk about a lot of the bad teams in the league, at least we have lately with the product that's been put out there. But when you talk about Wemby or SGA in the MVP category, even Luka, like, there's a lot of talent still in the league.
I think it's just like politics, right? You got to have your first go round where you make the case for yourself and everyone feels bad for you. And then the next year, people actually pay attention and actually put the defensive accolades included in their, algorithm of selecting the MVP. You saw it with Jokic, you saw it with Shea, and now you're seeing it with Wemby. I don't think it's going to be any different.
Nope. Not one bit, especially, Victor Wembanyama, just an anomaly. All right, our number one star for today.
1.
Obviously, the advantage, you go Hurley just because of the tournament success and what he's done here recently. It's been remarkable, but not by a lot, because Dusty and the way that his approach has been, especially with this group all year long, he's known what he wants, he knows what he has, and then he's taken advantage of it. I think that's been the biggest thing, is this group, they have a couple of hiccups, but not a lot.
Yeah, the coaching matchup on Monday night, we have Dan Hurley and Dusty May. Two very different personalities, but two phenomenal coaches in their own right, Gabe. And, hey, the talent is there on both squads. This one could come down to whoever has the better X's and O's down the stretch in this game.
I tried to get Brian Burch to say that Terrace Reed was the best player on the floor. He refused to do it, but I loved what he said. Michigan has more players that have the opportunity to be the man in a given moment, and that's what gives them the edge in this game. It's going to be a good one. Again, you don't feel slighted by the two teams that are playing in the national championship. You really genuinely feel like whoever wins that game at the end, it will be deserved, and you can't ask for anything else. And I look forward to a great game. Can't wait for this one. Got to be honest.
Yeah,
hopefully
you
Hurley
really
doesn't
can't
go crazy like you were saying. I actually
no,
I
we
take
want
that back.
Hurley to go crazy.
I want him to go crazy. I want full Bobby Knight mode. I want a chair being thrown onto the thing, get ejected. Like, I want the go Gino, go full mode on everything.
Gino versus Don.
Yeah, go. I want the whole thing.
Yeah, I would love that too. He basically headbutted a ref 2 games ago in the Elite Eight, right? Like, we want some of that from Hurley. He said his suit's broken, it's ripped. He's not getting it fixed before the championship because it's his lucky suit. The guy's just a nutcase, but all in the best way. And that's what makes college basketball fun. You have kind of the underdog mentality of UConn, especially being as heavy underdogs as they are in this one, 7.5 point dogs, 6.5 some places. But then you have the kind of the more finesse of Dusty May and the Michigan Wolverines. So gonna be a great game. Gabe, great hanging with you this afternoon.
As always.
Thanks for filling in on this Easter Sunday.
No problem.
Any more plans in the Ramirez household with the Easter Bunny?
Oh, yeah. I got to go to my mom's house. We got a big lechon waiting for us. We got some pasta salad, even though I don't eat that. But, yeah, good big dinner I'm going to right now, Easter dinner.
All right. Well, you should get on your way there. Thank you to Joel Lorenzi, Joe Passoff, and Brian Butch for joining us today. For Max Sheedy, Grant Leader, and Gabe Ramirez, I am Kate Constable. Thanks so much for hanging out with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Thank you.